So my intent is to try to, you know, quote, set the record straight. Obviously, a lot of people are talking about this, that, and the other. Then during this time of working with Rick to try to set the record straight, I thought would be a good idea if we could invite Lou Elizondo, and so we have invited him. If he shows up, then the way it's going to work is he and Rick can have whatever conversation they want. There will be no speakers asking any questions, including me. So they will be in charge. Now, if Lou doesn't want to show up, that's fine too. But we're kind of hoping that would happen so that we can kind of move this whole disclosure ball forward. So anyway, this will be, we'll tackle this, and then we'll talk about other things like we usually do, and then of course there'll probably be people that'll come in and not hear what we talk about. At some point, where there's a lot of speculation. We'll go ahead and address the speculation, but I'm not going to be here for 2 hours rehashing and rehashing and rehashing. We'll talk about it. We'll satisfy the curiosities of those that are curious, and then we'll try to move forward onto other topics that will be more interesting. Rick, what would you like to say as your opening comments, and then we'll get into this.
Well, I could speak for an hour about what the last couple days have generated. A couple days ago, I was on a space, talked about the contact I had with Lou Elizondo regarding Space Force. He called, contacted me. I don't want to go over it. It's been on the internet. I mean, I've been on space for, I think there were 196 posts. I learned a lot about X in the last couple of days after talking to them, trying to make a complaint on some things, and actually making it. They explained to me what you can do to go back and use an algorithm to find certain things on space, and I did that. But anyways, after I appeared in the space and talked about my conversation I had with Lou Elizondo, somebody sent me a link, and I opened that link up, and it was an episode I did in Gaia, and what had happened is, and I'm going to explain exactly how I realized that my voice was dubbed or changed or however they did it, was that I was talking about the same subject that I talked about before, that I'd had a conversation with Lou Elizondo regarding coming to work at Space Force. Well, in that particular Gaia episode, somebody dubbed in that I said Space Command. I immediately recognized that because I would never use Space Command, because Space Command is not Space Force. And so I recognized that as being wrong. And I immediately contacted Gaia, and it erupted from there. I made the mistake, and I'll fully admit making the mistake of not fully on X, not fully identifying which video, YouTube video or podcast or YouTube video that I was talking about. And inadvertently, some people who I had a legitimate podcast with assumed that I was talking about them. And I can understand why they did that, because I didn't fully explain till later what that link that I clicked on, these people, my friends, people that were trying to back me up and protect me, sent me. So that was my problem, and I apologize to that podcast because it wasn't there. They didn't do anything wrong. It was a great time I had on that show. There were 3 or 4, I think there were 4 hosts that asked me questions, and we talked about the Lou Elizondo subject too. So, and another problem that I found in the 409 emails I got after that show, most of which were either neutral or on my side. Of course, there's always the Doty haters out there who I really could care less about, and I don't have any feelings for those Doty haters. They can say what they want to say. I mean, as long as it's not threatening or against the law, they can say whatever they want to say. And, but I don't have to be friends with them, and I can block them, and I have. In fact, I found you can do this on X. You can go through and find through algorithms what people are saying about you, and I did, along with some friends of mine who were more professional or knew more professional methods or technical methods to get that information out. And so I went through and blocked everybody that was saying horrible things about me. I have no reason why I should not block people like that. If they want to talk about me, talk about me. But I'm not going to have to listen to them or to have them as a friend or unblocked or a follower, I guess you would call on X. And
So what you're saying is that you didn't want to be have your at Ricky Ticky 166 attached to their comments that you would have to look at every time you got a notification.
Right. And during my deep dive into X, I found 2 accounts that were similar to mine. And X, I didn't do this. X canceled those accounts. I did not do it. So if somebody's accounts were canceled, it was X because they considered it a duplicate, that somebody was trying to imitate me or duplicate me. So that was done by X Security. I didn't have anything to do with that. They said they would do it, and they did it. There were similar names and so forth. And anyways, enough on that. There was also,
okay, I got a question.
Yeah. Well,
Go
let me
ahead.
just finish this. There's also a problem with people trying to identify what I said with other certain aspects of intelligence. And I understand that unless you've been in intelligence, and Lou and I discussed this. As Eric knows, I have had an exchange with Lou Elizondo. People don't understand what counterintelligence is, and they go off on a tangent, erratically trying to explain it in their own words because they don't know anything about counterintelligence, of what it's supposed to mean. So I'm going to give you a real quick course in counterintelligence. Counterintelligence can consist of counter-espionage, deception operations, or what others would call disinformation, counterterrorism investigations, counter cyber operations, technical electronics operations, which encompasses Title III searches, which are wiretaps, voice intercepts, electronic intercepts, things like that. So counterintelligence isn't just one thing, and people out there. And I got a long email from a guy who's probably on this. I didn't block him. He's although I should have, but I didn't because he explained to me some things. I don't care about people that are somewhat critical of me. That doesn't mean anything to me. It doesn't bother me a bit. But he tried to explain to me something about that. Immediately when somebody says, like us, myself or Lou or any other people, even Grider, who has been in the military, that counterintelligence, they immediately think that's disinformation. You guys are doing disinformation because you're counterintelligence. That's not what it means. I ran a number of counterintelligence operations that had nothing to do with deception. So, I mean, deception is just one element or one part of counterintelligence. So just because you hear the word counterintelligence doesn't mean disinformation. And I think that's something that I shouldn't have said on that particular podcast. I should have explained it more. So that was my bad, my bad. And I always try, if I find myself making a mistake or saying something I shouldn't have said, or saying something that was not correct, I want to admit to it, apologize if necessary, and then move on from there. People out there that are taking me as being still today, taking me as being a disinformation specialist, as some have called me, primarily because of the Paul Bennewitz case that happened, 45 or 48 years ago, 45 years ago. Those people, and I don't like to actually say this, but those people are, number one, ignorant of facts. I'm not saying their IQ quotient is ignorant, but they're ignorant of facts, or they're hung up on that word counterintelligence and not knowing what it means. So I could really care about this fiasco that has occurred. I mean, I've been inundated with 409 emails. I normally get about 200 emails a week. I got 409 in a day, and a lot of them are neutral. They were asking me questions very politely, kindly, even though they were probably somewhat critical of me. But they were pleasant emails, I call them. And others were my friends. I have a hell of a fan base at Gaia, and they number one thing they did was try to protect me, and jumped in to defend me and want to do all these things. And I said, no, hold off on, don't do any of that stuff. I can handle this myself. I mean, I'm a big boy and I got big boy pants and I can handle this stuff myself. And but that's a hell of a lot of emails I had to go through. I still haven't got through all of them. And also I received a bunch of DMs from people who really knew the inside and out of X. And they told me exactly what to do to go in and find certain things in X. And I did that. They really, really helped me out. And then they also gave me a list, and Eric has that, is going to have that list of every single person on X that really critically trashed me. I mean, and then there's this story out there. I guess this came up on Instagram, and I don't have Instagram. I have X and Facebook. I don't have Instagram, and I don't have TikTok. But there was a story, and I had a laugh on this one. This guy is telling a story to other people about me being in a foxhole in Vietnam, where I abandoned the foxhole and all my soldier friends who got killed. Now, I've never heard anything more ridiculous in my life. Number one, I wasn't in Vietnam. I wasn't in the army. I wasn't a soldier. But this guy has had like a 4-paragraph story about me that he had apparently received from Greenwald, the FOIA guy, which I checked, and there's no such thing in there. So this guy's making up stories. That upsets me more than anything else, when people are making up stories about me. Now, if you want to tell the truth about me. Whatever it is, I'm fine. I'm thick-skinned guy. You can tell your story if it's factual, but don't go out and start making ridiculous, idiotic statements about me that's not even nearly close to being factual. So with that said, Eric, what do you want to do now from here?
Okay. So just a real super fast recap. So I'm assuming now, based on what you just said, that when I made that post yesterday or the day before, whenever it was, basically kind of more or less tagging Red Panda Koala's post that had the clip of you, that particular clip that he posted. I'm assuming that we're humans. We react sometimes, and then later we think, oh shit, that's not really what happened, and so we could, we overreact. So it sounds like you're admitting that you might have overreacted initially. Am I accurate there?
Oh yeah, I did. I did
Okay.
overreact, and I
Okay, no
admitted. Yeah,
problem.
just admit.
Yep.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
All right. So what I'm going to do, Rick, is we're going to let election ask a few questions. We're not going to go like 10 questions deep at a time, guys. We'll recycle. And then, Red is a pretty good reporter. Sometimes he says things that I don't agree with. He's looking for information. He does, and this is not a knock on him. He speculates. A lot of people speculate. I've speculated before. When people don't know the truth, they want to try to figure out what the truth. So they discuss it with others, and they're trying to imagine what the truth is. So I will let Red up. He's agreed to be respectful, and I'll let him ask a few questions. As long as you guys are respectful. But we'll start with election. So I'm going to go ahead and click on election. We're going to add him as a speaker. Okay, election, go ahead. Are you there, election? Yes, we hear you. Go ahead.
Oh, cool. Hey, Ricky. Good to see you once again. I knew your emails were going to be blowing up. I was going to send you something, but I figured I'd let things die down. Um, I'm really a little bit more confused, though. The thing that caught my attention was that you were saying, and I don't know if this is manipulated or not, based on what we just heard. I've been doing other things today. But anyway, are you still of the opinion that when you were offered the job and said, hell no, did that happen? I'm not sure, I guess. But is Lou a disinformation? Is he here manipulating the community? This is the one thing I think everybody is concerned about. And if you were saying that, yes, I know that he was doing that, he offered me a job to help him, and I said, fuck you, then kudos to you. And it basically says that a lot of the concerns that people have about Lou have proven correct. So could you just kind of clarify that for us? Because I just felt like this whole thing with, if you're telling us that he came in specifically to be a disinformation agent in this community, that's a problem. And I got one more follow up after that.
Well, what I should have said when I was on that podcast, and again, that podcast, that's not the one that I was critical of. I did say all those. I mean, that obviously that's not AI'd. I was trying to come down to uh, the public's recognition of counterintelligence by using disinformation. At no time did Lou say to me, I want you to come on and be a disinformation person and help me inform the public. That's not what he said. In the realm of discussions, the uh, the verbiage was professional within one counterintelligence officer, myself, talking to another counterintelligence officer who was Lou. Now, Lou was, in fact, a counterintelligence officer. I mean, that's clearly has been proven. So he was an a counterintelligence officer. So we knew, when he asked me, uh, and there were other people involved in this. I said no. Uh, I wasn't going to do that. I didn't want to come back and become a counterintelligence officer. What I should have said in that podcast was leaving it to professional language rather than saying I don't want to be a disinformation officer, which I was speaking to the public who knew nothing about counterintelligence. So now, if Lou is still working in counterintelligence, I don't know it. I can suspect things just like you can, just like Mullen can, just like anybody else can, that maybe he's still working there. Now, he made a statement on a podcast that I had nothing to do about, where he admits it. Well, you're going to have to go ask him this question, and hopefully he's going to be on here tonight where he can explain himself, and whether he is or not. I
Well,
don't know. I
that
don't
would
work for him, so
that
I
would
don't
be
know.
awesome. Yeah, that would be awesome if he showed up. I just want to make sure I understand what you just said. So you're saying that for clarity purposes, when it was no, hell no, you just basically were doing that for emphasis because you just don't want to be back in the field and doing that work generally. Has nothing to do with Lou per se. And the second thing is that you're giving clarity to people about is the basic kettle of fish that he is involved with and counterintelligence officers are dealing with, as you correctly said, it's not always disinformation, but so you're trying to give people some perspective that while you said no, it wasn't necessarily saying that what he was doing was heinous. Would that be a correct assessment of what you said?
Yeah, yeah, that's a basic analogy of what I meant in that podcast. Yeah.
Okay, cool. The last question I have, real quick, is Rick, you have been very forthright of late, and I think we're all very thankful for the contributions that you've made. There's a lot of people that are critics, and it could prove that we've all been hoodooed by a bunch of people, and maybe you, but I don't think that's the case. But my question to you is this: it seems to me like you're at a different speed of late, in the sense that you're really kind of laying some shit down. Was there a discussion amongst you and your other, fellow retired intelligence officers that, hey, we have a role to play in this too. We need to amp up our game a little bit and start bringing some stuff forward? Because it seems to me like there has been a relatively, you got to look for it. But if you listen, this is one thing our friend, experience keeps bringing out, that the small things do matter. I think your testimony, to some degree, John Ramirez, others, there's little bits and pieces there. But broadly speaking, it seems to me like you're really taking a leadership position. Is this a conscious thing on your part?
Yeah, absolutely. There is a movement within not just our group, not just Advanced Working Group, but in Lou's group and some other groups, and there's many other groups doing the exact same thing we're doing. And we're not all aligned where I think we should be. But anyways, that's another show. Um, that we're trying to get the stuff out. As you probably are aware, John Ramirez now is coming out with more and more information about what he did in the CIA. And so there, myself and others, and I think you're going to see in the very, very near future some other people, not necessarily counterintelligence officers, but people who have had experience, not necessarily whistleblowers, but people who've had firsthand experience. They're going to come out and they're going to start talking, because we want disclosure just as much as anyone else wants disclosure. And we want it in a right way. Now, I'm sure Congress isn't going to listen to us all the time. But one of the things that I have really, really, really pushed for with the Senate, because our group, Advanced Working Group, is aligned to the Senate, is to allow myself and three others who I worked with, all of the three of us worked on the Paul Benowitz case together, and other cases, not just that one. We did a lot of other. Let us testify in front of Congress, because and if they allow us to tell there's everything that we've done, and now we didn't do it all, and we don't know it all, but there's a lot of things that if we speak, others waiting in the wings wing or winds behind us are going to come forth and speak too. And that's going to enhance, I think, disclosure. And that's why you're hearing more from a lot of people right now. The most recent whistleblower that came out, he's a real thing. I know he's a real thing. So I think in a very near future, you're going to see more.
Are you talking about Brown? Is that the guy you're referring to?
Yes.
That just came out recently?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. He's a real thing.
Do you have one more quick follow-up election, or otherwise I'm going to go to Red Pen?
Yeah, real quickly. Ricky, I think you have a sensibility of what I'm getting ready to ask just because you're part of the community. I mean, how does anybody trust anything going forward at this point? I mean, if you're saying there's going to be some more people coming forward, okay, great. I hope that's the case. I'm not sure that we've really made much progress so far. We've made some progress, and I think more so than a lot of people want to give credit for. But at the same time, my question is, how can the public, if the public is distrustful of this whole process, like it already is, and that just grows and it has been growing, then we've got a problem. And so more people come forward. What's it going to take for the public to actually buy in to what's being said about this? Do you have any insights?
Well, a number of things, but we have a conundrum and we have an enigma, and one's inside the other, and the other's inside the other, so to speak, as Richard Helms used to say. But it's just not addressing the public's belief or the public's acknowledgement of what's already been said. It's the government. Our government is muddying the water. Our government doesn't want the subject out there. The Space Force doesn't want it. CIA doesn't want it. The DIA doesn't want it. They have their own fiefdom, and they want to keep that. And especially the defense contractors. And I believe it or not, they're involved in this as disinformation, as you would call it, as much as the government is, keeping this subject matter of UAPs or UFOs or ET contacts away from the public. Because if and when the subject comes out, fully come out, I mean, full disclosure, it's going to harm the defense contractors. And they don't want that because they're going to lose a lot of money. We're not talking a little bit of money. We're talking billions and billions and billions of dollars. Because I think at that point, Congress will somehow take over and control DARPA in the distribution of funds. Right now, it's reckless. And I'm not the only one saying this. There's so many other people out there of saying that the distribution of funds to defense contractors to DARPA is reckless. It's truly reckless because they get money and through a contract, and then under the table they get more money, and on top of that they get more money, and a lot of that money is never accounted for, and I think that needs to stop. And so that way, as I said, the defense contractors are as much against disclosure. So if you put all this stuff in a pot and shake it up, what do you get out of it? You get that the American public wants disclosure, but there's so much junk in that pot that they'll have to go through to get disclosure.
Okay, so what we'll do is, if you're ready, we're going to give you 2 questions, and then we're going to go to Zim. And then unless you want to wait, Red, we'll go to Zim next.
Yeah, maybe go to Zim first.
Okay, go ahead, Zim.
Cool.
Hi, Rick. Just people talking about all this during the day. They were saying, and one of your quotes about it, you said it was in 2019 that you were approached about this, and then people brought up that it was late in 2019 that Space Force was created. Are you positive it was 2019? Was it at the very beginnings of Space Force? Just the conversation you had with Lou and with establishing that office. And or do you believe that ahead of it being, publicly announced that they were putting that Space Force together?
Space Force was officially created on December 20th, 2019. That's the official date of Space Force. It was sometime after that I had a conversation with, and I said before, I don't know the exact date. I've looked back at some notes, and it was probably it was before COVID. So, COVID started in January, February, something like that of 2019 or 2020. So it was sometime after that. I don't know the exact date.
Okay, let me ask you a little follow-up, Rick. Can you say specifically who contacted you to come and talk to them about whatever it is they would want to talk to you about? Who was the actual person that asked you to come and meet with them?
Okay, I'm not sure of the question.
Okay, so you were invited to come and talk to, well, you mentioned Lou and the Space Force in 2019.
Okay,
Just on
okay,
that,
okay. I got
was
you.
there somebody else that contacted you?
Yeah. There was a person I worked with for many, many years who contacted me, and he was working with for now before Space Force became a separate branch of the military. That mission of Space Force was in the United States Space Command. Okay. And so this person who contacted me worked for Space Command. And I knew him because I worked with him for a number of years before, and he'd retired and then he came back to work. Anyways, he's the one that approached me first, and then he set up the conversation between Lou and I.
Did in that initial contact and prior to you having the conversation with Lou, was there any kind of a mini briefing or just come out, we're gonna have a cup of coffee, or we want to talk to you about? Did they kind of tell you anything at all about what they wanted specifically to talk to you about, or did you decide to just go talk to Lou and just see what was happening at that point?
No, this former colleague of mine, our worker, he worked with me. He gave me somewhat of a briefing of what they were going to do in the new Space Force. They were going to create a counterintelligence office, and they were going to bring in former counterintelligence officers that were recommended by a certain Air Force general, and this general was going to move from Space Command to Space Force and bring a lot of people with him. And there were a lot of names thrown out there. One of them was mine, and that they wanted to see if I would be interested in working within that counterintelligence office. So then at some other time, it's not that same date, but at another time, I had a conversation with Lou about that. And Lou explained to me, first of all, there's a particular nomenclature within the counterintelligence community. There's a certain code, so to speak, of when you become a counterintelligence officer, you go to all this training, and you become a counterintelligence officer. There's a code for those. And Lou tested me to determine whether I knew these codes. I did, and so he said, "Okay, you're the real thing." And so he asked me if I would be interested, and I said, "No. I'm number one. I don't want to move from where I live in New Mexico to Colorado Springs, because that's where Space Command was setting up shop in Colorado Springs. And I said, no, at Peterson Air Force Base, I said, no, I'm not, I don't want to move. And I don't think I would be interested in doing this. But I said, and I'm paraphrasing because there was a whole lot of conversation that was occurring about a lot of different subjects, so to speak. But that's how it went.
Okay, now I know I'm kind of pressing, and you're obviously you can decline, private conversations. I get it, but can you give us a general idea? I mean, did you get a kind of a general picture of what the purpose of this counterintelligence would be through, let's just say, the Space Force? In other words, what do you imagine, or did they actually tell you, or can you say would have been their goal to have? What would if you had taken the job, or the people that are there currently? What would the job be exactly, or can you say?
We never got that far. Number one, I didn't have a security clearance, so there couldn't be any classified information related to me about the job. I would have gotten that job briefing once I took the job and I got there and got my clearance restated. So there wasn't any conversation about the duties. But you got to understand that I was a counterintelligence officer for 12 years. Lou was a counterintelligence officer. We knew what counterintelligence officers did. So I assumed a lot of things without him coming out and saying, "Oh, here's what your duties are going to be." That was never discussed because we never got that far.
Okay, so let's speculate. So there obviously, to me, that you've got the Space Force as an example here, that in the event that information were to come out uh, of the Space Force that was not authorized, let's just say, as far as I've learned from my own research, that counterintelligence, one of the tasks that it would have would be to, if something was leaked that was not supposed to be leaked, that they would then have to either create or provide another story to offset the leak. Am I kind of close on that one, or am I in the right park here?
Well, there's a lot of things you don't realize. Number one, uh, the um, the counterintelligence mission within the United States Air Force and also the Space Force rests with the Air Force Office of Special Investigations. Now, the counterintelligence unit, and now there were some in Air Force units that when I was in, but the counterintelligence didn't come in the uh, realm of what you're talking about. That would have had to been done by the Air Force Office of Special Investigation, AFOSI. Within that unit of Space Force, the counterintelligence unit would probably have a mission to protect SAT programs. There probably would be a lot of different SAT special access programs dealing with satellite communications and satellite tracking, all that stuff, dealing with what they're doing in the Space Force and space-based or space platforms, they call them. Now, if those programs were special access programs, which I'm sure they all are, at least when I was in Space Command, they were all special access programs. Then you would have a counterintelligence officer that would oversee those operations and make sure that the adversary wasn't leaking. The adversary meaning that the Russians and Chinese and so forth wouldn't be trying to get into those programs. But at some point, if the counterintelligence officer within the Space Force saw something like that, they would have to turn that over to AFOSI. So the office that Lou probably worked in was just a what they call a force protection CI unit, which protected special access programs.
Okay, so I'm getting the impression that the job may not have necessarily entailed that. I'm just going to kind of be a little flippant here. The intent wouldn't be to create fake UFO alien stories to plant in the public. It would be it sounds to me like it's a different kind of counterintelligence, not designed to just create fake stories in this particular case. Or am I wrong there?
Yeah, I don't think it would. I don't know. I can't say. I really don't know. The force protection CI units are just units that protect within their unit, and they have a mission, but they're not federal officers. They're not federal. They can't go out and arrest somebody for spying or espionage or anything like that. But what they do is they're the uh, force protection CI officer that protects the special access program from being uh, integrated or penetrated by foreign adversary. Now, and if they find that to happen, then the OSI would come in. So no, they wouldn't be doing what you would say. That OSI would be doing that.
Okay, this will be my last question on this. It'll go around, and then we'll go either back to Red or Logan or Zim. But so if there were, let's just call them fake UFO stories or fake alien stories, whatever you want to label them, being planted or told or shared in the UFO world. And I'm not saying you know or you don't know, but where's most likely that would come from? Where would this be coming from? AFOSI or possibly somewhere else, or do we have multiple agencies currently potentially concocting fake stories for some reason?
You mean right? You mean right now or
Now, I'm talking about now, like in the
right
last
now?
few months. I mean,
I don't. I'm
yeah.
not I'm not in counterintelligence anymore. So I would guess, and this is strictly a guess. And remember that word guess. Rick Doty is guessing. I don't know for a fact, but I'm guessing it probably is coming from some type of operational program or project being governed by the Department of Defense somewhere in some office in DOD or DIA. That's where it would probably come from. But then again, I'm only guessing because I don't know how they're doing it right now.
Okay, so let's just say that I'll use Lockheed as an example. It's just an example. I'm not accusing Lockheed of anything. And can we expect that it's possible that Lockheed would have their own, well, you've even mentioned, is it possible that contractors, these companies that are involved in whatever it is they're involved in, would want to create fake UFO stories, fake alien stories? And if they did choose to do that and they put their people out there to be interviewed or whatnot, would they have to have approval from the DOD, or are they free to put out whatever fake information they want, as far as you know, and your best guess?
Anything is possible, I guess. I've never worked within a defense contractor like Lockheed or Grumman or Boeing. I don't know. I really don't know. I know they have their own security officers, and almost all of them are former uh, uh, military intelligence officers. So your guess is as good as mine. I don't know. I guess it's possible. Like I said, anything's possible, but I don't really know how that would work.
So it sounds like that in your visits with the people that you talk to, that hasn't really come up, and that's not something that you're worried about, or your people are that you suspect is happening. It's kind of a non-issue. Is that a fair way of categorizing it?
No, just the opposite. Our group, our advanced working group, is probably more concerned with the unknown that's occurring from contractors, DARPA, than the entities within the Pentagon, because we don't know what they're doing. You can't FOIA anything. They're operating on their own out there. So what are they doing? They could be running disinformation programs within these contractors. I don't know. That's very highly possible. I mean, they have the expertise, because most of these security officers within these contractors are ex-military counterintelligence officers, or DI or CIA, and so they would know how to run operations. So maybe that's happening. I don't know, but that's kind of
I get it. I
scary
understand.
to think that could happen.
Okay, so I'm going to use, only because this is what comes to my mind. I'm not accusing, nor do I suspect or speculate, but we'll just use Skywatcher as one example. So if Skywatcher, they're independent, apparently it appears as though they're independent from the government. Whether they have a contract with the government, maybe you would know, or you can tell us. But whatever information they want to put out, if somebody within an organization, whether it's Skywatcher or some other group that comes out later, they wanted to, for whatever their reasons were, tell fake stories. I'm assuming that the government really can't stop them or do anything about that, because it's not against the law to lie, right?
Yeah, and as far as Skywatchers go, if this is hypothetically speaking, because I got to make sure I say this, because people will run off and say Doty said. No, hypothetically, it's very possible Skywatcher has been penetrated by government operatives, unwitting or witting. Maybe they don't know it. Maybe Jake Barber and his crew really don't know that this guy that they're trusting and who came in and is kind of dictating what they should be doing is in fact a deep cover operative for whatever agency, XYZ intelligence agency, and that he is dictating what they're doing, or he's gathering the information that they're getting and then turning around and giving it to the government. That's possible. I don't know that that's happening. I don't know that it's happening. Personally,
Fair enough. It's good to know the possibilities, because a lot of people just go, oh, it's the CIA, as an example. Well, let's just blame the CIA for everything. But in reality, there's many other possibilities. That's kind of the point I was trying to make with all that. That any one of these possibilities I've suggested, whether they're remote or not, could happen, and we wouldn't necessarily be able to identify where the deception is rooted in.
it would if it's going to be a government operation, it would probably be coming from a government intelligence unit, just like I did back in 1979 when I recruited Bill Moore, who was members of MUFON and APRO and NICAP, and recruited him to keep an eye on information that they were talking about within those UFO groups. Today, they could be doing the exact same thing with the Skywatchers or with any other group. Now, I personally, and this is just my own Rick Doty's personal feeling. I have nothing to back this up on other than what I've seen so far and what others within our group seen. It's very possible that the Skywatcher group is not what they say they are. That's possible. Now, I'm not saying that they're not going out and doing all these things, but one of my big questions to them, and I actually spoke to a member, is that, okay, if you can go out, you explain to me how a human being can go out and make contact with an extraterrestrial being that is 100 or 1,000 or 1,000,000 years more advanced than a human, and their brains are a million times more advanced than our brains. How can you, as a human, contact that extraterrestrial, manipulate his mind through consciousness, and bring him down to the ground? Just explain how they can do that. Maybe they can do that. But that would be my question. Well, that was my question, and that hasn't ever been answered. So I would just like to know how they were doing it. Maybe it's set up by the government. I don't know. There's a lot of things that you could read into these different Skywatcher groups, and there's just not one. I mean, I went out twice, not with Jake's group, but with other groups, because there are other groups doing this. They're not getting as much publicity as the Jake Barber group, but they are, in fact, there's many other groups, and they have YouTube channels and so forth that are going out and doing the same thing.
Okay, fair enough. I think we can move off of that one. All right, so Red, are you ready? Or we've got Logan, Zim, UFO Now's here now. My buddy.
Yeah, I'm ready
Go ahead,
with
Red.
mine.
Go ahead.
So real quick, I'm glad we were able to clarify all this. Because yeah, we had that nice space with Astral. We're kind of talking about it. Then at about 9 p.m., you said last night on a space, I told a story about Lou Elizondo asking me to work for Space Force within the Counterintelligence Office. I declined his offer. At no time did I make a statement that Lou wanted me to work as a disinformation agent for Space Force against the public. That is a complete lie. Those who posted that video and those who made the AI of me are now blocked by me. I will not tolerate any untruths told about me. I've received over 200 emails, DMs from people asking about my statement. I told the same story on the Thomas Bessler show in August. So this was about the Gaia video, which I haven't seen, by the way, and I haven't talked to anyone who's actually seen it. But this is you're getting a bunch of heat about the Gaia video or the video from the TikTok interview?
Well, I thought it was one, but it was actually the other, because the Gaia video, a person sent me a DM with a link to that video. And so I clicked on the link, and it was the Gaia interview. And the Gaia is where I immediately determined was faked or dubbed, because they mentioned Space Command, and I would never do that. I know I was in the Air Force. I mean, I know the difference between the different branches, and I actually have a relative in the Space Force right now. So I mean, and then I sent it to Gaia, and Gaia said, "Yeah, it's bullshit." And so
Was that on
then
X publicly when it was sent to you?
I don't know where it was. He sent me the link. You understand what a link is, right?
Yeah, so it might have actually taken you off X, probably.
I clicked on that link, and I got the YouTube video of this.
Okay, so it was on YouTube.
I don't know. I don't know. It could very well have been on X2. I don't know. I've been too busy doing other things, trying to get other things off X. But it very obviously other people have seen it because they sent it to me. So
okay, cool.
Obviously they got it from someplace else.
So then this kind of like the logistics of this kind of block list you got and these people who were helping you out. Because I know that I got blocked, thank you for unblocking me, and the TikTokers got blocked from the UK. Was this the same people who sent you the video initially, or like how did they determine, like how did the TikTokers end up getting blocked, in this situation? Were they on that list from these people?
There were a lot of people on this list, and I didn't actually. Initially I was going to block everybody, but then I went through. I did. Others assisted me. Okay, and they found that, oh, you know what, this guy didn't say this, or this account, or this, however you want to call them, account didn't say this, and I made a mistake of thinking that maybe the TikTok video was connected, but I realized, well, after speaking exhaustingly with Gaia over their people, I realized that it wasn't connected. So I went back and unblocked the UK guys, and I apologized to him. I'm sorry. I jumped to conclusion thinking everything was connected, and it wasn't. So I mean, I unblocked them. So.
Okay, yeah, they were kind of worried. Did the people who sent you this kind of list, did it seem like they already had it ready to go, or was there a lot of like intelligence that went into creating it, do you think?
Well, they there's a lot to that I'm not going to go into, because there's a reason why, and it goes back some time, that these people are doing this for me. And because there's a lot that people don't realize goes on in spaces. That there's a lot of algorithms in X that I'm sure a lot of people don't realize exists. And you can go in and type a name and find, 7,000 mentions of that person in any kind of postings on Twitter, on X. And these people were doing that. And they're all my fans or former colleagues. So, but what they did was they gave me examples. When I first said, "What am I going to do all this?" They just gave me a list. Well, I don't know. I see Logan and UFO now. I don't know who they are. I've never met these people other than Eric. And maybe a couple others in this room, Brian Jackson. But I don't know who they are. And I first said, "Wait a minute. Do you have any background on any of these people?" Then they sent me the gem or the gold mine. They sent me what these people were saying about me. And that's when I, said, why not block them if they're saying all these horrible things about me? And that's what happened. That's kind of the sequence of what happened.
Okay, so yeah, just to let you know, Red, I'm just recycling. There's nothing you said that. So we've got Logan. You want to say anything, or Zim, or then if not, we'll go to UFO now. So we'll give you next, Logan, if you got anything you want to say.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I don't really have any questions. What I did point out to people was that because some of you were just so quick to be like, "Oh, I told you so," about like Rick Doty, or like just so quick to like lynch him, just like so many people want to. But I was just pointing out that like just hear from Rick's side of the story first. I mean, there's like three sides to every story, right? So it's before you start reaching any conclusions about any of it, let's just talk to him first, see what he has to say about any of it, and then we can decide what you want to go from there.
Okay, and one of the big speculations, Rick, was that somebody had sent you a cease and desist. Can you confirm that did or did not happen? Did you get any kind of authoritative stop this bullshit kind of cease and desist thing, or not?
Well, not quite, not quite like that, but something similar. I'm not going to go into details on it because I don't want 1,000 posting on X about what was between me and somebody. Yeah,
Okay.
something like
You
that.
were asked. You were asked about it. You're saying, right?
There was a lot of suggestions made to me, not necessarily. There was no demands. That there were some suggestions directed
So
towards.
no lawyers from a letter. No letters from a lawyers. I guess my question.
The only lawyer involved in that was on my side. He was my representative.
Okay, so now, okay, this would be okay if you want to say this. I don't know. I'm just guessing. Would your lawyer say to you, advise you, say, "Look, Rick, blah 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 blah. What I suggest this." I mean, did he kind of tell you? Did you get some advice from him, or did you already have your mind made up and you were already going in the right direction before you included him on all this? And I know I'm asking personal questions, and you don't have to answer, but we're just trying to understand kind of what happened.
This goes back some time, and it involves some other things that I'm not going to talk about. But he was my attorney was involved in something related to X that involved 16 accounts, and so he represented me in a positive way to assist in something that was occurring. And then there was something that came to me saying, in a rather very professional manner, that, you should do this, 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 and this, Richard. And I then turned that over to the attorney, and there's a lot more to it that I'm not going to go into.
Okay, that's fair enough. That's a reasonable answer. Okay, Logan, go ahead.
A feeling I had, I guess about what we were talking about with what happened was that if someone like Doty, who's like a retired agent who worked in counterintelligence, I would think he was bound by like some NDAs and like some laws like the Espionage Act or whatever. So if some job offer or details about some disinformation work involve like classified or some sensitive information about like certain operations or targets or whatever, and sharing that kind of stuff like publicly or with people like us who are just unauthorized, could be like seen as maybe illegal. I mean, even if that information was just unclassified, just discussing sensitive government activities could violate these kind of broader secrecy obligations, especially if they're still ongoing, right? So I thought maybe that's why it was kind of found himself in the pickle he was in. But I don't know. I was just putting that out there.
Well, I had NDAs, and I've talked extensively about them. They expired in October 2020, October 2002. Not all of them. Most of them did. There are other special access programs I was involved with which didn't expire, and they don't necessarily expire because they're classified and they're continuing to be classified. Just because the operation occurred in, say, for instance, October 1st of 1979, it's a continuous operation, the special access program. It could still be classified 45 years later. So I'm still bound by those, and I haven't, with a few exceptions. When I did cross the line, I was contacted by the FBI. I have had the FBI take my hard drives out of my computer because they thought that I went beyond what I was supposed to. I cooperated. I have the stubs. I think I showed Eric. I have the stubs from the FBI where they reimbursed me for my hard drives. I was never charged with any crime, and I have to be careful of what I say, and I don't violate that. I go pretty close to the wall, but I never go beyond that. So, but you're right, Logan. There are some things that I won't say. I haven't said, with exception with when I went up to DIG in January of 2022. I did. I mean, they gave me permission. They gave me a clearance back, basically, or a temporary clearance to talk about some of the things I did. And then in September 22, I went back again. That was okay. But other than that, like on this space right here, I'm not going to talk about operations that I did that I know to be still under a special access program or a Title 50 program.
Okay, fair enough. Okay, so just to let you guys know, we got 4 speakers other than Ricky. So if you guys want to raise your hand, but the gentleman, I believe it's a gentleman, UFOs Around the World, if I'm not mistaken, was involved in this interview. That they might. Are you the people that were involved in the interview with Rick?
Yeah, that's right. I just want to say thanks for clarifying before, Rick, because that's the only thing that I got my back up on. I didn't want you putting out there that our live was disingenuous and that we tried to falsify anything you said. We gave you 3 hours of our time, allowed you to say whatever you wanted, and you was open and honest. We think with what you were saying, and you said to us what you couldn't speak about. And I did refer to you as a gentleman, and to wake up this morning to see that, I thought, what the fuck?
Well, I have to apologize to you because I assumed too much. I assumed everything was related, and I do apologize. You did nothing wrong, absolutely nothing wrong. I did enjoy the podcast. I enjoyed the questions. I think it was a lively discussion that we had on that podcast. And so, again, I do apologize for disruption and
There
or
is,
anything that happened to you.
yeah, no, it's fine. I moved on from it. There's a question I want to ask it. Have you ever heard of a project named Project Vortex Echo from 1988?
I can't talk about that.
All right, trying to close down the space.
No, that's fine. That's fine.
Okay, hold on, bro. What's your name, by the way? What's your first name?
My name's Matt.
Mark. Let me, if you don't mind, I'd like to ask you a question.
Yeah.
Since Rick can't talk about it, you could probably talk about it. Why don't you tell us a little bit about it, if you don't mind?
I've asked that question because I'm in contact with someone who's potentially a whistleblower, and I just wanted to get something, whether I'm being hoodwinked here. So the fact he said he can't talk about it leads me to inquire more. That's all. So I'll leave it at that for now.
You
Maybe
can't
tell him
even
about the.
give us a general idea what
Yeah,
that.
I can't give anything until I've
Okay,
actually
fair enough.
vetted the person. But when I hear, you'll hear. You know, that's not the
Well,
way I do it. I don't.
no
But I
problem,
thought
bro.
Rick would be a good person to ask.
Okay, do you have one more point or question, and then we're going to go to UFO now?
Yes. Would you like to tell the listeners what you told us on our podcast about the Antarctica incident? That was interesting.
I think we would have to do that in other spaces. It would take up too much time. So I
No, it didn't
appreciate
take
you
up that.
asking.
It didn't take up that much time. It didn't take. It was just a quick little. Give it a quick brief.
I think I'll wait on that. I think I'll
All
wait
right,
on
fair
that.
enough. Right, so thank you for answering that about Project Vortex. It gives me something to just fire back with here. And if you want to send me a DM, I can maybe discuss things with you in private.
Well,
Thank-
have you talked to Nick Pope?
I have spoke to Nick Pope, yeah, but I haven't asked him about this. Why?
Ask him about that, and ask him if he could get you in touch with a guy by the name of Ed Bishop. Ed Bishop was former MOD Intel.
And am I right? This is something to do with a coil.
That's I've said too much now. Just ask Nick.
Interesting. Stay tuned, guys.
Good job, buddy. But appreciate you, Mark. You stay in the community, and whatever you learn, please, if you share with me and Red Panda and others, we'll make sure and circulate that information for you. All right. So we're gonna go ahead.
I can circulate it. I can circulate it. Don't worry.
Yeah. All right. We're
All
gonna
right.
put you on pause now. We're gonna go
Yeah.
to UFO now. Then we're gonna go to screen, and then we're gonna go to season. So go ahead, Christian. You got the floor, bro.
Hey, thank you, man. Hey, Rick, I do have one question for you, and it's probably something that's a little bit different. So, my question is, if there's any resource that you could provide privately about a particular project I'm working on, that would be fantastic. And the only thing I can say is that I'm working on a spaceport project in southern Nevada, and part with Upwind. So we're putting things in space and mid-orbit and many other parameters. So I was just wondering, I know it's different than UFOs, but I would just have the opportunity just to ask.
Okay, I know nothing about that. My mind goes blank on something like that.
That's
I don't
okay.
know how I could help you. If you need like advice or technical support, I would suggest that you get a hold of
Absolutely.
Bigelow Aerospace. There are a number of people within that, and if you want to send me an email, I might be able to send you
Yeah,
some
that would be
names.
that would be fantastic because we're almost done and we're just needing an additional help. So just DM me your email, and then what I'll do is we'll touch bases and really go from there.
Okay, sounds good. And I just want to say that old tinfoil there. You almost got one in on me there.
Okay, okay, I'm sorry. Wait, hold on a minute. This is
Yeah.
UFO Now, right? That was talking?
Yeah. But
Yes.
what I was
Okay.
gonna, yeah.
Okay.
What I was gonna say is the next. Go ahead.
Okay. I just wanted to know who I should DM. Okay, I got it.
Yeah.
Okay, I got it.
Well, the other
sure.
hand that got who I just removed from the room was the tinfoil guy that I told him earlier tonight before you came in. It was on the list, so he tried to sneak in a fake account, so he got removed. Go ahead, screen.
What's up, everybody? Appreciate you spending time with us, Rick, fellow dark side user here that everybody loves to hate on. But no, I have a little bit different question than most people. I've heard of a couple of people where I'm like getting their backstories, and I have like little triggers and things that I notice that pop up, time and time again. And one of them that I've noticed recently is the advanced working group reaching out to people as soon as they kind of get a little bubbling or get some popularity. Maybe you can't reveal like methods, but what type of stuff like grabs the attention of the working group to make them reach out to people like that?
We within the advanced working group we have a pretty sophisticated group of people that are monitor spaces. I can guarantee you there's a couple in here tonight, and TikTok and podcasts and things like that. When they find somebody that's interesting, have some kind of verifiable background as a uh, intelligence officer or military person, and maybe have had a legitimate connection with a UAP or UFO experience, that would tend to be the type that that this particular group would go and ask and talk to, and uh, not necessarily bring into the group, but just gather information, see if they want to have a cup of coffee and talk about their experience. And there's different approaches that we would use. I've done it. Being a former counterintelligence officer, we're trained to make contact with people and get them to know us, and then sit down with them on a cup of coffee or a drink and talk about their experience. And that's something they do, and it's just for our own reason. We don't work for a government. We're a private entity and a group, and so and sometimes it's used for other reasons, but that's kind of like that's. I hope that answers your question.
No, definitely. That was a lot more than I thought I was going to get. And if maybe you could elaborate on one little area of it is because, I know going to meet people takes time and money, right? So would it be the experiencer data that y'all are interested in, or maybe like more leads to, do the same thing in other areas, or both?
I'm sure that it could be both. We had a session, and this is probably 18 months ago. I think now it's May. Yeah, we invited some experiencers, and I believe some of them were considered contactees to a session or a meeting about 18 months ago, just to get more information on what they had. And so and it was very enlightening. I was there, and I mean, I knew very little about the subject. I knew very little about what they did or what they could do. And so we've done that. And that information would just stay within the group. But we are, I think we would be interested in experiencers who have exotic tales to tell us.
Okay, awesome. And then last one. Uh, What areas would you say are pretty interesting that people aren't really paying attention to that maybe they shouldn't be, or they should be? Sorry.
I think my my own personal feeling, because I'm not gonna, I gotta be careful, because I don't want to say that, well, I knew about this years ago. My own personal feeling is that this isn't a secret, and if it's still classified, I don't know that it's still classified. I never had access to it in a classification or classified environment. But there are hybrids among us, and there's traits that you can sometimes detect hybrids. I'd be more worried about where those hybrids can get jobs. Can they become government? Can become senators or representatives or maybe even presidents? So that's my personal dilemma. I would be more worried about that. I can't say that all hybrids are friendly. I told a Katie Smith story. Katie Smith was a real person. She was a hybrid. She worked in intelligence. She was she was on our side, so to speak. So, but I would be worried. I know for a fact there's hybrids among us, and that's what would worry me.
Oh man, okay, that was a bombshell. Appreciate it, Rick. Thanks, Eric. I'm gonna drop down. Great space.
Well, I want to make a comment. So I think it was Ursula or Jay Just and Fringe and another guy that's an experiencer. There was several. It was an experiencer space. I think it was yesterday, and the one person was, maybe two, if I recall, were describing their experiences while during an abduction while they're on the craft, and then I'm kind of paraphrasing, that they recall as when they were younger that the interactions that they were having were with either the short grays or the tall grays primarily. And then now they're saying, as we get further along in their life, that they're recalling now experiences in recent years where they're having interactions with hybrids, that now the grays are kind of taking a back seat in these particular scenarios. So can you talk about that, or have you heard these stories, Rick, where some of the experiencer abductees are now actually having more direct interactions with hybrids that are looking more and more human than maybe in the past? Can you comment about that at all?
Yeah, and this comes from UFO conventions. I attend most of the UFO conventions, and I've spoke with abductees who were first connected through who they thought was a human, but turned out to be a hybrid. And so the hybrids are masking themselves to identify the human, and I don't know how they do this or why they would choose a particular human to abduct. And so I've talked to many at UFO conventions about this, and it's really sad. Now, I can't say, I mean, because I can say that there are a lot of people out there who claim to be abductees that, probably are not telling the truth. But there's a lot out there that are true abductees. And there's now U.S. intelligence knows, probably saying too much now, how to identify the people who actually were abducted. And but there are more and more people talking about hybrids today. Tim Tactical, John Ramirez, and many others who were in intelligence, Tim being in German counterintelligence, are talking a great deal more about hybrids among us.
Okay, the floor is open. Lady, would you like to ask a question or talk with Rick about anything that you might want to share with us?
Hello, Dr. Druta. Nice to see you today, second time. Hello, Ricky, and I was reading your comments on your ex because I couldn't be here from the beginning. So I appreciate you coming out and having a courage to discuss a lot of interesting things. Couple of questions. Hold on just a second. I have a hands-on experience, and I'm a stakeholder of the presence on the moon in a very direct way. A company that I co-founded, Copernic Space, financed the first private moon mission, placing on the surface of the moon about 2,000 privately owned so-called real-world space assets. They are very diversified, but as a part of my engagement and funding, embracing Moon as probably one of the most important new assets in counterintelligence. And by the way, counterintelligence involving Moon formally started in 1961 and was actively pursued till 1969 when we landed on the moon for the first time. And I am sure that you can understand that there were some initial attempts to use moon as a counterintelligence platform, if you will. However, there was also a lot of effort to maintain peaceful use of the moon. In our next step, Copernic Space, and I can invite you tomorrow at 8 a.m., CEO of Copernic Space, Grant Blazer, will be hosting a space, and we might discuss more detail. But getting back to what you are discussing, I want to share with you that we have capabilities to, number one, finance, number two, consider placing counterintelligence capabilities on the moon, but for the peace and for the community, because counterintelligence include bouncing off signals of the moon, establishing certain operational capabilities. So my question to you, or a subject for a further consideration, is your personal attitude toward looking at the moon, and we look at it every night, every morning often, and recognize that moon will be used for military purposes. Unfortunately, it's already occupied by China with this purpose. Any thoughts that you have? And as a Lady Rocket, as investor in space, my overall mission includes making our activities on the moon available to all of us. This is why we use blockchain. This is why we are opening our platform to everyone who wants to participate. So I would welcome your comments. It's a pleasure to meet you. And thank you, Dr. Dulce, for hosting the very interesting gathering that I didn't know takes place. Thank you.
Okay, before you respond, Rick, so if this lovely lady offered you a counterintelligence position on the moon, would you? Would you consider that? I mean, if you can go to the moon safely, well, I mean,
I
even if it was, that would be kind of cool, right, Rick? I mean, you'd probably have to think about that. I'm
well,
guessing.
I would be careful. Of course, I would have to get to know Rick better, and this is far-reaching statement that I am
No,
making.
I'm just kind of playing, lady. With Rick's my friend, so I'm just kind of
I know,
throwing in
so
a
am
you
I,
know.
so am I. But there is,
Okay.
guys, there is a great seriousness in it, because I was speaking last week in Los Angeles at the Millikan Davos conference. Part of it was dedicated to issue of peace, and no one was addressing peace and moon. I was able to substantiate the subject, and guess what? The day of my speech, Chinese beamed military laser beam to the moon. So I have no doubt No doubt that space is already part of the counterintelligence, but Moon is going to be a very major player. But it's up to us to maybe have a first right of saying something about it, especially if we have a way to finance it. Thanks.
Thank you. You want to talk about that at all, Rick?
I know nothing about the subject. I don't know if there are any bases on the moon. I'm an amateur astronomer. I occasionally look at the moon, and I've seen some strange things. With a 7-inch telescope, you can look up there and see some strange things occurring on around the moon. But I don't know anything else. I don't have any inside information about
take a look.
what's on the moon.
Take a look at something beautiful that is on the moon. It's called fireflight. It's if it's okay, I would like to post the picture. Fireflight is one of the most beautifully looking semi-rocket that jumped out of the SpaceX and landed on the moon. The first successful landing of the lunar launcher on the moon by Americans happened on March 2nd. And it's there, and it's full of Copernic space and my assets, and it's standing there as a symbol of our peaceful intentions on the moon, and it's absolutely gorgeous. And it came out of belly of SpaceX, of course. But if you're an astronomer, it's a pleasure to meet you. You represent a special breed of humans. Would love to hear from you what it is that you see on the moon and compare the notes.
Okay, I don't mean to cut you off, lady. This is an interesting topic. We might want to do another space, but Rick, let me ask you this. Bob Bigelow, I mean, it's been in the articles have been written. He's talked about this. It's not a secret that he was developing some sort of, I don't know, pods or whatever they were that he was hoping in the future to put into space for whether it was space tourism or whatever. Can you comment about that at all? Do you know anything more about that aspect of going into space that we're working on that might be in the near future?
You can go on his website and look and see. I don't want to speak for somebody else, and he certainly has a lot of projects going on, and you can look and see what they are. I'm not, I don't keep
I get it.
keep up with that.
I got it.
You asked me this question this morning, and guess what? I forgot about him. He was very active, and I thought you were talking about another Bigelow in Los Angeles, a real estate developer. But he needs to be recognized as a pioneer who started it. He was probably the first private player in a space hotel and other. But you know what? Frankly, I have not come across his activities during at least last couple of years. So I will look into it. But yeah, he was a pioneer.
Okay, so we've got a lot of listeners. If you guys want to come up, now's the time. Raise your hand. Otherwise, I'll talk to Rick a little bit longer. We won't make this a 3 or 4 hour space if we don't have a lot of questions or comments that people want to come up and say or topics they want to talk about.
Yeah. I mean, if you're a hybrid out there and you feel like you should be able to work anywhere you want to, and you want to defend your right to do that, come up here and defend it. Floor's open.
Okay, now before we get into whoever's going to have the next question for Rick, I wanted to. One of the, it's funny, Rick, that I noticed yesterday. Everybody, well, not everybody, a lot of people that anytime that it appears as though they can, come after you for whatever reasons, people like to jump on the bandwagon. And I was kind of surprised, actually. I think it's Barnett, that's from Brazil, the researcher, made a comment about how I don't know where he believes this or how he believes this, but thought that you provided bad information about the Virginia case. So just if you just want to, in a nutshell, I mean, I don't know if you're allowed, if you're comfortable talking about it publicly, but we've talked about back in the day that you went down there and did some things, and I think you've talked about it in some spaces, but are you comfortable kind of just give us a briefing on that again, just for the record?
Well, the Virginia, everything I've said about that was in open source or from AFOSI agents that went down there. There was two presentations, one in the I can't remember which year it was, UFO convention, where one of the OSI agents retired, gave a presentation of what was found down there. And then I just repeated what he said. In fact, I actually gave his presentation at another location. So if this guy, I would like to know what he's referring to. And if he wants to send me something, an email, and so I can answer back what he's referring to, because he's just using generalization of that I didn't tell the truth or I lied about it. If I lied about it, I wasn't down there. So if I lied about it, it came from the people that were actually down there investigating it and who have spoke about it at UFO conventions. It's hard for me to say what unless I hear what his beef is.
I got you, no problem. But as far as I could tell, there was some sort of crash there. I believe, this is what I believe. I mean, I don't have direct evidence that there were some non-humans that got out of that crash and kind of found their way into a certain area where some girls and some other people that were involved in military encountered these beings. Bodies were recovered, potentially, allegedly. The United States went down there, and for whatever reason, there might have been an agreement or whatnot that we were given permission to either take the object that crashed or the bodies or both. Can you comment on any of that?
Yeah, this happened, I think, in the late mid '90s. I think I don't know exactly year, but it was over a period of time. I think it was over a period of 6 days or 8 days or something like that, where some women were abducted or had seen a large creature, and that they and then the Brazilian government military got involved in it. They tracked a creature, and I believe they captured the creature. I was taken someplace, and there was some injuries done, and I'm trying to think back because I don't have it in front of me. And I think there were a number of people that got injured or sick from it. And now at some time, I think in like February or March of whatever year, 97, I think, or 8. Again, I don't remember the year. The OSI, an OSI unit from Peru went down there along with an OSI unit from, I'm not sure where, maybe it was Brazil or Argentina. And they assisted in the investigation of this incident. And some of the debris that was found, because the Brazilian government didn't have the expertise or the facilities to analyze some of this, the data or the biologics that were found, gave it to the Americans, who took it back to the United States to analyze for the Brazilians. Now, I'm sure there's a lot more to it, but that's what I can remember. And Jesse, what was Jesse's last name? Anyway, I know the OSI agent that had actually went down there and was part of the detachment from wherever, either Brazil or Peru. I'm not sure where. He spoke at UFO conventions. I don't know what the analysis was. I don't never heard about it. But that's what I can remember.
Fair enough. Okay, Daniela, you've got your hand up. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was responding to the chat about hybrids. First of all, I feel it's an attack on people like me. Um, I do not I do not abduct people and stuff. I just live here, and I'm helping with the public first contact with the embassy. So there's a lot of millabs going around, and I do not trust Fringe as well because she's just anti-extraterrestrial everything.
Okay. Red, you got
The hybrids have spoken.
you got anything, Red?
I guess back to the Brazil thing. I was on Colaris. Pretty interesting. Do you think that was a NHI event, or 'cause some people have speculated that might have been like U.S. psychotronic uh, messing with Brazilian citizens? What's your take on that event, Rick? Because that was, I think, even while you were active, right? That happened, what, 1977, 1978?
The Virginia? No, that happened in the 90s.
No, 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 Colaris. The Colaris
Oh,
flap
Polaris.
in Brazil.
Polaris. You know what? I think that would happen. When did that happen?
77, 78, I believe. Same months as kind of like the drone flap, but it was like the end of the year of 77 right into the beginning of 78.
Yeah, I remember. Yeah, I remember the incident. I remember it was like a monster or something that people saw, and there were rumors that it could have been a some kind of psychological operation by either us or some other government. But I don't know enough about that. Yeah, it happened just about the time I entered counterintelligence. I don't think I knew about it until later. But yeah, you're
Yeah, I
right.
think it's one of the best documented ones.
Yeah,
I guess
yeah.
something else
I don't.
along these lines.
I'd have to go back.
Yep.
I don't remember everything about it, but I do remember that there was Wendell Stevens had a lot of information about that. In fact, he had a film, and it was I can't remember what it was titled. It was in Portuguese, but he had an actual film from that time period that somebody had given him. I would love to get my hands on that. I'm not sure who would have that.
Yeah, I've heard of that too. I think Bigelow might even have some of those films. But then, kind of building up that in the Virginia thing, Tom DeLonge's kind of alluded to this, that like different ET groups kind of have jurisdiction over different parts of the Earth, or maybe like different countries. And it seems like kind of Brazilian stuff is kind of different than what goes on in America. Is that kind of your understanding of it from when you were inside? That like there's different groups that kind of have jurisdiction. Yeah, like I said.
I knew nothing about that. I knew that there were groups when I was in 5 different groups, but I was never fully briefed into the identification.
And I mean NHI groups, by the way, too. So like the Greys have this section, the Mantids are over here. You know what I mean? Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know. I've never had access to anything like that. I'm not sure of that.
Thank you.
Okay, Rick, there's a guy that let me see if he's down here. J.K. Philly. He might have got on your list, but I think that from what I know, the guy's.
Oh, he's a nice guy, stand-up guy.
Yeah, I think we give him another chance if you don't mind. So I don't
But
see
his
you.
list is kind of sketch, man. A lot of good people.
Yeah, well, that's your opinion, but. All right, so JK, if you're hearing and you want to come up and raise your hand, Rick can see who you are, and then he can click on your account if he wants and unblock you if he's got you blocked.
Hey, you ever hear about this? I heard this UFO case recently about these I think it's like this three military guys in Brazil, and they had I guess one of them kind of like got abducted like right in front of them, and he came back like 15 minutes later, but it looked like 3 days had passed or something like that. He had like facial hair and all that, and you ever hear about these guys?
No,
Is that the one where the aliens had cool suits,
Yes.
Logan?
No, I don't think so. I'll have to hold on. Let me see if I can find it again. Hold on. But yeah, don't wait for me. But anyways, what else is did we clear everything up with Rick here, Red Panda? Was there any questions left?
It's still some kind of gray area, but I'm glad it's kind of cleared up. But I'm curious who made this list and like when they started the list, and I think his initial thing kind of sent some shockwaves. So just kind of seeing some weirdness about it all, but I don't think like Rick did anything wrong or anything like that. I'm glad he clarified. Yeah, because especially when it was open ended. Remember, you were even confused, Logan. So yeah, glad we cleared it up. Glad I got unblocked.
Does anybody know who this person X spaces UFO is down there with the meme below you read? Because they're requesting, but I don't know who they are. You recognize that person that's got the
Let me
two
look.
X spaces at X spaces CEO.
They're not under me, so I'm scrolling through all of it right now. There's a lot of people here.
Yeah, I don't see them, but I don't recognize their name. I don't know.
Okay, well, I'm gonna go ahead and bring this person up, just letting them know that if they try to get a little freaky, I got a quick trigger, so I'm gonna go ahead and bring you up. We'll see what you got to say. All right, go ahead. X spaces, go ahead.
Hey guys, nice chances. Just joined out of curiosity and interest, waiting to Rick Doty explain counterintelligence, or did you guys go through that? I have no idea. Glad to be here. Thank you guys.
LOL.
And hi, Red Panda. Love you.
Hello.
Always.
Thank you.
Yeah, we talked about it probably about a half an hour or 45 minutes ago. It is recorded,
He
so
explained the entire thing.
yeah.
I probably would forget it even if I watched it. I have so little time that I never really watch recordings. Sad to say.
Okay, no problem.
Okay, I have somebody. I have a lot of DMs here, people asking me questions. That
Yeah, go
I
for it,
don't
Rick.
know.
Take the floor. Go
I guess
ahead.
they don't want to. The 100 and you said there's 100 of us that don't want to identify. Anyways, I think this is probably some questions that I'm not sure about. But anyways, the first one is explain why the ETs abduct humans and why do they only pick on females? Well, I wish I knew. There's something about humans and about our DNA or about our anatomy or a physiology that's different than theirs, and they want to experiment on humans to determine why our organs are used the way they're used. This is just a guess on my part. That's probably in females, of course. In our species, human species, females have children, and their females' reproductive system might be entirely different than theirs, and or they want to try to breed with us and create hybrids. That would be my answer to that particular question. Next question is about U.S. And again, this is kind of a general question. Why did the United States government decide to create the United States Space Force? I only know what you can find in open source media. If you go to the United States Space Force website, they have a mission statement in there, and that mission statement says that they're responsible for controlling all crafts and objects outside the Earth, off the Earth, in our atmosphere or in space, because it's so more complex. The satellites and the things that we are sending out in space, that they decided a new branch of the military was needed to keep track of that. And that would be my explanation for that particular question. So those are two of many, but go ahead if somebody else has another comment.
So keep going if you got more.
Okay. Yeah, I'll keep going. Okay, I just looked up, this guy says, I just looked up counterintelligence, and it gives a very detailed explanation of what counterintelligence is. Can you explain the difference between positive counterintelligence and negative counterintelligence? Well, I'm not sure what he's talking about. I think he's talking about defensive counterintelligence and offensive. That's what I think. And again, he just sent me a DM. I think negative. I'm not sure what negative would be. But there is a defensive and an offensive. A defensive counterintelligence is protecting special access programs, sensitive compartmented information, things like that. Offensive is disrupting the adversary's attempt to gather intelligence from us. I think that's probably what he means. What else we got here? Some questions that are ridiculous that I'm not going to go into. The disclosure is a phenomena created by the government to to trick the human population to think that there are actual extraterrestrials that have visited Earth. I have, and this is more or less a statement. I have not found one shred of evidence to support the idea that an extraterrestrial race came to Earth for a visitation. If you looked at a sky chart, he says it twice. If you look at a sky chart, you realize that Earth is in a very remote section of the Milky Way galaxy. Why would any intelligent civilization want to come here to look at Earth? I guess that's just a statement. I'll leave it at that. There's some others here about Elizondo. You, in a brief interview that I had with Lou Elizondo a few years ago, Lou mentions a number of people that are working on disclosure. He did mention your name, but he also mentioned that you could still be working for you got it wrong here. It's supposed to be AFOSI, and you have AFISO. I'm not sure what that means. I think he meant OSI. Can you comment on whether you are still working for the AFISO? I'm sure he means AFOSI. No, I don't work for the OSI. I left the AFOSI in 1988, and I have never had any contact. Well, I've had contact, but I've never worked for them in a paid or unpaid job, whether it was a contract or non-contract. So that hopefully answers his question. So let me look at these other ones. I think Ocean Eyes has her hand up.
I do, Rick. How are you doing? Thanks for having me here.
You're very welcome. You're always welcome in my space, as I am always welcome in your space. Thank you.
Of course, yes. I just want to say firstly, thank you so much for coming on today and like addressing all this with the public. Like, I think this is like leadership, right? Like, this is kind of like you're a really great role model, and I think that this is how the best way to deal with confusions like this. And so I just give you thanks and a round of applause for joining us today and being willing to talk to everyone and answer all these questions. Yeah, you really go above and beyond for like I know us here at the UFO, like the UFO community, but just in general, I'm really grateful for that. I did send you a picture. They're blue and pink pictures. I was hoping that you'd make it your profile picture, but no pressure. And then also on Suno, I wrote a little song, and I sent that to you if you want to check that out. It's called Whistleblower Doty. Um, I don't really have any questions. I've been listening, and I feel like most of them were kind of answered. But I'm just excited that you came and grateful. So I wanted to share that. Oh, I guess when is your next space? When can we expect to see you again? And what type of things could we talk about? Because yeah, I'm always looking forward to the next time.
Well, thank you for all those kind words, Ocean Eyes. And I did get the picture. I'm just trying to figure out how to put that in my uh, logo on here. What I want to do next, rather than you listening to me gab, I want to bring other guests on, people either within the advanced working group, people like Hal Putoff or Kit Green. I'm really working very, very, very hard to convince them to come on. Now, if they come on, there's not going to be any questions. They're just going to be in a role of speaking with me, with maybe another host. But I know they won't be able to. They won't answer any questions. But it would be nice to have them on and let them talk, hear another voice about the subject. And there's other people within the advanced working group that nobody knows except for me and other intelligence officers. John Ramirez would know him, and so and and Admiral Carpenter would know him. There's a particular guy that I would like to get on a space is Kevin Day. I think most of you know who Kevin is. Kevin was he served the United States Navy honorably for a number of years. He was on he was involved in the Nimitz incident off the California coast. He was in a combat alert center. He's a electronic specialist. He has a great deal of information to talk about with that subject, and I'm trying to get him on a space. I think it would be a fascinating space to listen to him and having him answer the questions that a lot of people have, and a lot of questions that have been unanswered about that incident. So that's the things I'm working on, trying to get other people on here, other than me, to talk about what they did in the intelligence area or in dealing with UAPs or UFOs.
That would be awesome. Yeah, and you can structure it however you want, right? It could just be the two of you talking, and we're a hungry community, so I'm sure we would eat that up even if we could just, send questions and don't get to ask them. That would be great. I love that. I'll hand it over to the next person. But thanks for your time today. I appreciate you.
Yeah, and we could we could structure it that way. I know Logan. I've talked to Logan about this, and so I mean, you guys are Logan and Ocean Eyes and Dr. Dulcie. They're great hosts, and we could structure it in a way where they are only there to answer the questions that are coming from DMs, because that way we could screen the questions, and because you always are afraid when you have a very, very honorable person like a Dr. Hal Putoff that somebody would slip through the crack and ask some ridiculous question that would embarrass everyone. So I think that we would screen the questions, and we talked about this. Erica and I have talked about it. You don't know. Eric knows, but you don't know what my attempts were in the last 8 hours to get, or 10 hours to get Lou Elizondo on here. All the efforts I made to try to get him to come on. Eric knows, but so it would have been a fantastic space to have him here.
Well,
I think
maybe he's
I think
listening, and maybe we'll catch him next time, right? Like, there's always next time. So hopefully next
yes.
time we can catch him on, or maybe he wants to prepare something to say to the public. Like we can wait for that too, right? So for sure. But yeah, I appreciate your attempts at that too. Like I know you do a lot behind the scenes, that people don't see, and so I definitely I'm grateful for that as well.
Thanks, Socialist.
Okay, before we go to Danielle, I just want to say that I think it was 2019 I believe it was the same year I met Rick at the UFO MegaCon in Laughlin, was when Kevin Day spoke. Is that the same conference, Rick, that he spoke with the other gentleman? I can't think of his name. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Yes, the pilot, one
Yeah.
of the pilots. Yeah.
Can you
Kevin
remember
Day
that guy's
spoke.
name?
Yeah.
He was on Twitter for a while, and he just kind of went away. I don't know. He might still be on Twitter, but they kind of. But anyway, I did record that presentation. I don't know why Bob Brown, I'm sure, recorded it, and usually he gets those DVDs out there and people buy them, but I don't know if he's turned that over to his family or whatever. But I do have a copy of that presentation, which was pretty impactful. If anybody's interested in Kevin Day or wants to learn more about it, send me a DM and it's only a little over a half an hour presentation or 45-minute presentation. I'll send you the link. You can hear what Kevin Day had to say. Brian, you don't like that idea? I saw a thumbs down from Brian there. Oh, Brian was there too,
No,
by the way.
I think that would be a great thing to do. I'm in correspondence with Kevin. I think I could convince him to come on and talk about his experience on excuse me on that day.
He has a fascinating story, that one.
He does. He's absolutely does. That guy has 2 master's degree and he's working on a doctorate degree. Very brilliant guy. Very, very brilliant.
Does Danielle have her hand up?
Yes, had my hand up. First of all, what I know about the extraterrestrials coming to this planet. First of all, they created life here, and they also seeded Earth humans, and some of them come and visit for science exploration, as well as artistic exploration. So to completely take the space Star Nation out of the picture is not entirely correct, because you can't dismiss the fact that Earth people who learnt from the crashed retrievals and things like that. So you can't take them off the table. It would be like throwing the baby out of the bathwater. And also, Ocean, why have you blocked me?
Oh, I'm not sure. I was hunting down bots before, and so I blocked a bunch of people. I can unblock you now, see what happens. If I get swarmed by bots, though, I'll have to reblock you. But no, nothing personal. I unblocked you. You're a real life alien, aren't you? Like the UFO group or whatever.
Yes, I'm
Cool.
real
I've
life.
never met one other than you. So, but yeah, I got you unblocked now. Yeah, sometimes bot
Okay.
accounts will if you're following somebody who like has bot accounts attached to it, they'll like mess with you.
Yes.
But I got you unblocked. We'll see what happens.
Oh, okay. So that was the reason. Okay. Many apologies. Thank you.
Don't feel bad. I got like over 1,000 people blocked. So
That's funny. I was just
Okay,
mentioning
Rick.
this earlier to you about the how Ocean has everyone blocked. Yeah. Oh yeah, it's okay.
Have you? I'm getting a message, Rick, from somebody asking if you've heard of this project or term, silent squirrel.
No. Nope, never heard of it.
Okay. Do you have any more DMs that you want to address, Rick? That you've got there?
Yeah. A lot of these are just statements claiming this and that. I got one here says that In 1983, during a Soyuz mission, the Soyuz Russian astronauts gave a frantic call to ground control that was intercepted by the National Security Agency, reporting that a alien craft had moved up next to them, and they were afraid that the craft was going to either ram them, or take over controls of the Soyuz craft. Do you know about this incident, and what did the United States do to assist the Soviets in this incident? I've heard about this. I don't know anything firsthand. I don't know that we did anything, or how we would have done anything, because they're up there in space. I don't know how we would end up trying to help them out. But I heard it, and I think I heard it from a UFO convention some years ago. Somebody talked about it. It might have been Robert Dean, but that's all I know about it. I don't know anything else about it. So that question I can't really answer. Do you know of this other next question? Do you know who within Congress was in a skiff on March 17th of 2025, and what briefing they were given by the DIA officials? I have no idea. I don't have any information about any Congress people that were in the skiff on March 17th of 2025. So sorry, I can't answer that question for you. Next question.
Hey, Rick, can you hear me?
Go ahead. Yeah.
Can you hear me, Rick? Okay, hold on. I'm gonna.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Gentleman, Tyler F. Young. Yeah, Tyler F. Young sent a whole slew of things.
Yeah.
Also, he commented that he's making a piece with Nomidica Films, and Doty wants in. He mentioned last time. So anyway, these are the topics that I guess he wanted to. I told him we probably can't talk about all these topics tonight, but one of them I see on here that I haven't. E.D. recovery. Have you ever heard of this Roswell PVEED recovery?
No.
Yeah, I haven't either.
Never heard of it.
What about the Kingman 90-foot disc program?
I knew of the Kingman crash in 1953. In fact, during the briefing that I received, official briefing in 1979 regarding U.S. government involvement with UFOs, not only was the Roswell case discussed, the Kingman crash of 1953 was also discussed in that briefing. That's the only thing I know. I don't know about the 90-foot thing.
Okay. What do you know, if anything, about Project Galileo?
I think there were two different. One Project Galileo was a NASA project, and the other one, Galileo, was a NSA project, putting some sort of a special collection, highly classified device in a satellite to collect known extraterrestrial frequencies.
Okay, the rest of this is some pretty deep stuff. I'll just read it out real quick, and if you want to touch on any of this, which we've done spaces in the past about the April 24, 1964 Holloman Exchange Serpo relationship with JFK, genetic manipulation surgery, super soldier limb regrowth program, public acclamation program, blue beam, false invasive script, MJ12.
Eric, you're breaking up real bad. It's hard to hear you.
Yeah, I thought
Okay.
it was just me.
No,
What about Operation? Yeah, go ahead.
Can you hear me now, or is it still bad?
Now we can.
yeah,
Okay,
now we
I'll
do.
let me run it by you again here. The Holloman Exchange in 64, Serpo relationship with JFK, ARV operational fleet, genetic manipulation surgery, super soldier limb regrowth program, public acclamation program, Project Bluebeam, false invasion script, MJ12 pharma oil revenue pipeline. Does any of that jump out at you that you'd want to mention or talk about or touch on?
I've got the exact same DM, exact same,
Okay, good. Well, that's fine then.
exact same ones. So I can't really.
That's just a bunch of hot words all thrown together. But like, I
Yeah.
feel like you need more context. Like, there's probably oil and gas like involved with so much shit. Like, I don't know. Just that's my take. Is like I feel like it needs more context to answer a question.
Sure. I mean, have you heard of Project Deep Snuggle?
No, never heard of it.
Yeah.
Okay, I got it. I got a good one. This is more or less a. Have you heard about the following? The human organism is a liquid crystal-like assembly of biomolecules and is capable of coherent and monochromatic amplifications of incoming electromagnetic waves in the kilohertz region by more than 1,000,000-fold. Not only the incoming waves are amplified, but if the liquid crystal rotation levels are modulated by bioelectrical potential fluctuations induced by the brain, the outgoing field will carry the modulation information and thus enable the human brain to contact or make contact with an extraterrestrial being. I had no idea what he just said. I'm not a scientist or a doctor, and maybe somebody out
That's like
there
a
can
Gary
answer that
Nolan
question.
question. I feel like.
Yeah, I think it is a Gary. You're right. Absolutely. I think it's a Gary Nolan question. I had no idea what he's talking about.
Hey, our friend Brian Pemble sent me a question for you. I don't think you've said this one yet. Says, Rick, can you talk about the Las Vegas plane video with another 3 orbs? And is that going to be released?
Oh wow, that was all over the internet some time ago. There was a plane that took off. I think it was Southwest Airlines flight that took off out of McCarran. Well, I guess it's Harry Reid Airport, International Airport now. And when it got to like 5,000 feet or something, these orbs were highly visible from other planes. A United Airlines plane that was coming in for a landing. The Southwest Airlines plane was going out. I think it was going to Seattle or someplace north. The United Airlines plane was coming in for a landing. The United Airline pilot contacted the Southwest Airline pilot and said, "You got 3 objects on your tail. They're flying around the tail of your vehicle or your aircraft." And then shortly after that, a C-130 cargo plane flying out of Nellis Air Force Base, which is in the northeast part of Las Vegas, had taken off and it was in the air. And that pilot, the Air Force pilot, notified Southwest that these orbs were seen. And then there were ground bases. This guy in the ground filmed it, and he actually posted. I'm not sure where where it was posted, but I think Brian would probably know where these things were, where the film was posted. But he actually filmed these orbs flying around this Southwest Airlines plane.
Brian says that he said that as far as he knows, that was not all over the internet and it has not been released.
Okay, well, that's how I found out about it. So,
What was the name of it again, Logan?
I don't know. Brian didn't say. He just said. Oh, I'm sorry. Well, you didn't say that. Did you? I mean, he said it was. He said it's the Las Vegas plane video with another 3 orbs. That's all he said about it. I don't
Okay,
know.
thank you.
I think it's like sensing and cloaking technology. Like they go out there and probe and then like maybe could mask something with an electrical frequency. But that's just my guess.
Okay, the Blackpool. I'm assuming this is from the UK. You've got some of your UK fans here, Rick. It's 4:00 in the morning over there. Blackpool UFO case. Do you know anything about that? Have you heard anything about that?
I heard a lot about it, but I'm not going to talk about it because the person that told me cautioned me about some of the information that he had gotten what might not be accurate. So I don't want to spread information that's not accurate. And so I'm gonna hold off on that.
Okay, so they're still trying to verify what's real and what's not on that story. It sounds like. Okay, so
By the way, that case that I mentioned earlier with the guy that was like part of like that military squad that disappeared, that was called the Armando Valdez case. I think it's out of like Chile, and yeah, that's what that story was. If anyone knows about that one.
I just sent you a video. It's some more fan art. This one's from the Chupacabra, the one and only. You're gonna love it, Rick. We love you out here. Just saying. And AI
yeah,
is
Yeah,
getting
you
Okay.
crazy. Like AI is wild now, hey?
Okay, I got another one here. Hold on. Thanks, Rick. Could you talk on the alien name Amos? Thanks again. I'm not sure what he's talking about, Amos. You guys give me more information. I'm not sure about that. Got another question here. Richard, in
The
1980,
only alien name you know is J-Rock, right? Is that correct?
J-Rod. Yeah.
J-Rock's a white rapper from Canada. J-Rod, yes.
Okay, this question. In June of 1985, while you were at Groom Lake Complex, you witnessed an event that was near Mellon Test Range. Can you comment on that event? Not sure what he's talking about. Yeah, I witnessed a lot of things while I was there, but I'm not sure what Mellon is a military test site halfway between Groom Lake and Tonopah. There's a runway there. U.S. Special Forces, U.S. Rangers use that Mellon site to jump out of planes, land. I'm not sure what he's talking about. So I can't comment because I can't answer that one. Next question I have is Richard. Here's the Paul Benowitz case. Richard, I don't want to dwell on the Paul Benowitz case, but there are a couple questions that have never been answered. The first question I have is who directed you to begin an investigation of a civilian that had no military connections Number two, why didn't the FBI conduct this investigation? Because Paul Benowitz was a civilian, not connected to the military. Now, you know, those are good questions. Okay, that you know, they are sensible questions. First of all, Paul Benowitz had a government contract. Paul Benowitz owned a company called Thunder Scientific Laboratories, which was just outside the Wyoming gate, or the side gate of Kirtland Air Force Base. Thunder Scientific Laboratory had an Air Force contract and a United States Navy contract. Benowitz built a humidity sensing device for U.S. Navy submarines. Thunder Scientific also built a component, a classified component, I should say, for nuclear weapons.
Oh, Rick,
Nuclear weapons.
Dr. Dulce, you got your mic open. Can you close your mic? You're making sounds there. Sorry, go ahead, Rick.
The contract called for him, Paul, to make the component for a nuclear weapon. So that put Paul Benowitz in the realm of a DoD contractor under the jurisdiction of the United States government. And that's why we were able to conduct the investigation. Now, the FBI was also involved with that case. We had the FBI, we had OSI, we had the DIA, we had the National Security Agency, and we had, for a very small part of it, the Department of Transportation inspectors, and that had something to do with something entirely different. But that, I hope that answers your question, or that person's question. Mike CAR was the guy that answered that question. So somebody else can take over.
Okay, I just want to say that this is not going to be a Logan type space tonight where we go 4 or 5 hours, you know, maybe 20, 30, 40 minutes, whatever, but something in that range. If at some point we're not going to carry this out real long tonight. So if people are down there listening, anybody, I don't care, and you want to come up, now's the time. If you want to talk to Rick or ask him any questions, he can continue to answer questions. But at some point, we're just going to call it a night, just so you guys know.
Yeah, I agree. If you got like some questions, let us know. If you got like questions for them that haven't been answered, or maybe they have been, you just haven't heard it, just feel free to ask them.
Has
anyway.
anyone checked the thread to see if there's questions in there?
Yeah, I got a bunch of them here, but I'm reading through them, and some of them are.
Oh, I see. There's a someone I asked the question earlier about Project Deep Snuggle, right? Someone knows about it. Apparently, they say it's a special access. I don't. It's about acquiring and identifying reverse engineering alien tech from a recovered UFO. I haven't heard about that one. Interesting.
I never heard it. I know of a operation or a project, but not named there. It's named something else.
Yeah, Snuggles is very top secret, classified kind of stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, that would be. You didn't have a need to know about that program, Rick. That was above your pay grade. Just not to be rude.
I get a kick out of some of these questions.
I did see a comment about caverns in our Antarctica. I don't know if you've answered that one or not, but
you must be getting the same questions I got, because this guy asked me regarding well, he's talking about somebody else, Eric, and that's Heckler. That's his. That would be his question. I don't know anything about Antarctica, and about the underground caverns that were well. I do know this. there was an energy weapon tested down there. It was called Zeus. It was an energy-directed weapon that was tested in underground and created a huge cavern. So that is true. That is, this guy asked me about it in a DM, and I said, okay. And this other guy asked me about Laos. Oh, okay, I got it. He said, the United States government was asked to recover a crash disk in northwestern Laos in 2000 in the year 2000. Villagers came upon a crash disk embedded in a jungle near the border with China, the Laotian China border. The United States government was contacted through the U.S. Embassy in Vientiane, Laos, and the matter was turned over to a special unit called Tangle 3 Alpha. This unit consists of a crash recovery team from Nellis Air Force Base. The team flew to Vientiane and then to a remote location in Phang Sali, Laos, where they recovered the craft. Can you explain what alien civilization the craft belonged to? No. This is a crash that Danny Sheehan and Grush talked about, not me. I know vaguely of it. Apparently the UFO, the crash happened maybe 50 years before. It was in an overgrowth area, the jungle that grew over the object, and so it wasn't something that just happened. It was probably a craft that crashed in the early 60s. So that's all I know about it. You'd have to get with Danny Sheehan or Grush because they talk about this site, this crash site.
There's a guy down there that Shiv MUFC. He was I guess one of those English TikToker guys that was part of like that recent interview or whatever. Anyways, he says he wants to come up to a chat, but he doesn't know how to request. So I thought maybe Eric, if you want to send him like an invite or
I want to double check
tell him
he's
how to do that,
unblocked too. I
maybe.
know one of them was saying they were still blocked.
Okay, so do you want to be the co-host, Logan? For now, I'm going to send you co-host to help me with this. So I'm going to send it to you.
Sure.
There you go, Logan. You can help me make. For some reason, some of these people are sending me DMs, and I don't even see them on here. I would bring them up immediately, but I see God Sauce is on there. I'm gonna bring God Sauce up. Okay, God Sauce, you got the floor. God Sauce, good timing. What do you got, brother?
Oh, is that for me?
Yeah, you're the boss, God Sauce.
What's up, you guys? This is a very interesting space, and I heard you say like now's the time. Like, oh God, okay. Well, I better ask something then, And I always enjoy talking to Rick, and I'm just wondering, have you ever seen one of these biologics in person? And do you know anything about them? Like how do they sustain them? Do they need to eat? Anything like that?
Well, that's a good question. No, I never actually saw one in person. I saw a dead one from a distance, and I saw a closed circuit camera of one in a facility. During my time at Area 51, we had the U.S. government had them in an area called S2 Annex, which was northwest of the cantonment area of Area 51. They had a special facility there because some of these extraterrestrials require a different environment, and some required a an atmosphere of methane and some other gases. Some require less O2 than we breathe, so they would have to put a depressor or pump less oxygen into an area. There are some that most of them, as I understand, had brought their own nourishment. And one of the interesting things that one particular species, and I believe, if I can remember, it's a quataloid. They fed themselves. They had a little sac on the side of their body, and their body kept rejuvenating these little balls of nourishment.
This is what I was going to ask about, because all of the old images of these things, whether it's an Oriental woman coming out of a craft, and this is like an old story, and she's got a black box that she doesn't let anyone look at, or you see some of the older like Anunnaki holding something like a lion and walking around with a lion attached to him that's like wriggling, and like nobody wants to approach it and touch it, right? And he's just holding it to him. And like they hold bags to themselves, and you know what I mean? Like this is a motif going back a long way.
Yeah, and actually there are when I was doing a show at Gaia, one of the Gaia advisors, who is a physician, scientist slash physician, told me that there are insects on Earth that do the exact same thing. They replenish themselves in a way that the quataloids did. So they didn't require outside food. And another thing we found out, we found this out from EBA 1 out of the Roswell crash site, is that they only uh, 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 eat for nourishment, not for pleasure. There is a requirement for nourishment, but they don't get pleasure out of their food. And when the handling agent, the captain, who Linda Howe had interviewed back in 1980, when he was trying to explain to EBA that we ate for pleasure because they were pleasurable foods that we ate, they couldn't understand that. He couldn't understand why we would eat for pleasure. What kind of pleasure you would get out of just nourishment. I thought that was quite fascinating.
Have they tasted ranch though? Like what do they eat? Right? What are you eating that you don't get pleasure from? They got to try ranch. Just saying.
Or
They're all about that ranch.
if you're from New Mexico, green or red chili.
Yeah, give them a
But
chili pepper and ask them if it's flavorful.
but they're not the pollinated ones, right? Made for complexity and deliciousness. We need those things to produce these higher level energies that this is what I'm wondering, like how do these nebulous beings like that require different atmospheres, so they're, I don't know, I'm wondering like what is it about human energy, and how does it seem to sustain them? And I don't quite understand that.
Yeah,
I
good
don't
question.
know.
I don't know.
Also, there was
If you can harness plant energy, like imagine if we got plant energy technology, like we could essentially, learn how to grow solar panels on ourselves.
holy shit. Okay, so Rick, somebody asked me it's kind of a, I don't know, it's not really a dumb question maybe, but it's a kind of a tricky question. Just like so they have a family member that's part of I guess the Air Force or whatever, and they work in classified areas, right? And they have questions for this person as it relates to some things they want to know that are in this field, I guess, right? But they know they can't get answers from this person, but they still want these answers anyway, right? So I mean, how do they go about getting some questions answered that they want without actually making that person, I guess, break their oath or breaking the law, I guess, Is there a way around it, I guess?
No, I don't think there is, unless you use a hypothetical.
Like a story.
Hypothetical, yeah, and use a story and interject that story with questions about the classified nature of it.
Well, there you go. Yeah. Well, who's next? Justice?
I can go, or you.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. So I have quite a few questions. Um, Thank you, Rick, for coming on and answering our questions. So my first question is so the interdimensional beings. So you said that you have not seen any evidence that, we have entities that are, necessarily from outside our solar system or whatever. So if they're interdimensional, do they have any idea where they originated from?
Well, I think I said I don't. I've never heard of any interdimensional beings in my career as an intelligence officer. I knew of 5 species of extraterrestrials that came from other planets, and we actually knew where these planets were or where the star systems were.
Okay.
Dr. Putoff wrote a paper about transdimensional beings, and the theory is that if a extraterrestrial civilization was thousands or maybe even millions of years more advanced than we are, and flew from one point in the universe to Earth to visit and to perform scientific experiments or whatever they're doing here, it's possible that they were able to live in another dimension rather than traveling all the way back to their planet. They were transdimensional, and because they were so advanced, they were able to step from one dimension into the other dimension. I believe in that. I believe that that's
Yeah.
absolutely possible.
Like manipulating, like how they can, like the space time, or like maybe finding wormholes or something like that. What
Exactly.
about else? Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, exactly. Because most alien, we got to understand that each particular species of extraterrestrials are entirely different technology, different biologies. They come from different places, but we do know that they have different time. They experience time in a different manner than we do. In fact, it was very difficult, as I understand this, it was very difficult to understand EBA 1 explaining to us how they measured time, because we just couldn't understand it. And it was very difficult for EBA 1 to understand our explanation of time. So they deal in time differently than we do.
Well, I definitely can relate to that because I experience time differently from everybody else. Um, so my second question was, so is consciousness still one of the main areas of interest that they are still researching? And have they made any like new advancements in this area?
That's a subject that I wish I knew more about.
Hmm.
I've read in the last few years, probably the last 5 years, I've read everything I could find on good books regarding consciousness, what it was, how it can be manipulated, and I'm sure that with that we are experimenting with it. I don't know how. I was never involved in any type of research into that area during my time in, but recently I'm very fascinated with it, with consciousness. But I just wish I understood more about it.
Okay, thank you. What about so high strangeness? So do you guys consider that more valid or less valid to you guys? Like, is it more of something that you consider like a real experience, or would you listen to that and think it was like not credible?
I don't know enough about it to evaluate it in one way or the other. So I wish I knew more.
Talking about consciousness, I'm pretty sure I was listening the other day and you put like a helmet on your head at one point. Did I hear that correctly or was that somebody else?
No, I went on and this is the generality. I just went on a sky watching mission, not with Jake Skywatcher group. It was another group, and they had a helmet. Somebody had created this helmet that if you wore it, and you had to, there was a card that you had to do all these things, think these things, and
Yeah, that reminds me of the God helmet that came out of I think it came out of Canada, and there's like, the
yes,
God helmet or
yes,
whatever.
yes,
Yeah, that's what it
yeah.
reminded me of. It's like, "Ooh, they put Doty in a God helmet." And, how long ago was that? Because I wonder how far the technology is now, you know?
That was in October of last year.
Oh,
But
pretty recently
unfortunately, it didn't
then.
work for me because I did everything that was on that card, and I didn't get any uh, brain waves directed towards
Did it
me.
feel
So
weird or anything? And was it, like, fancy,
No,
like,
it's
smooth and
Ocean.
slick
It's
like
not
a
like
crown, or was it, like, some huge, like, old school hunky
yeah, it was kind of like a football helmet. That's the only way I could. I played football, so it's kind of like a football helmet without the face guard, and it had
and you
some.
didn't feel weird or
it's meant to just
anything?
help you like focus your like intention, I guess, to really focus on like what you're trying to do there, like kind of like
Right.
blinders, right? Just
Yes.
to
Yes.
tune everything
Yeah.
else out.
You.
That's the intention behind the helmet.
It
That's all
says
it
to
is.
focus on point. Focus on a point. Think of a point in front of you. Focus on that point, and then there's other things you're supposed to
You
think about.
guys,
But
are you talking about like the Camp Hero type helmet
I'll share a
or
link in the
chair?
next because I made a post about the God helmet. Yeah, it's like this device that was supposed to, like affect your consciousness in a way that gave you powers, essentially, like you're able to manipulate things, or maybe. But
Like
they never, as
like
far as
your
I know, that they didn't really release a whole lot about it. I think it's out of Canada too. But yeah, that's weird that you didn't feel anything. I mean, I guess that's good. It means it didn't like zap your brain. So I'm
yeah.
thankful for that, Rick. But yeah.
Yeah, they had something like that, I think, at Camp Hero, where your thoughts were. Some people, I guess, if you had like psychic abilities, like your thoughts were able to manifest into matter, I guess, if you already were predispositioned in that way. Um, and my last question for you, Rick, just really quick. So, the plasma entities, have they? Do you know anything? Is that a new phenomenon that It seems like I haven't heard about it before the last maybe 7 or 8 years, but that's maybe because I haven't been aware of it. And is that new? And have you guys heard any research about people like, I mean, not having a relationship with them, but people who encounter them more frequently than other people, and any research in that area? And that's it. Thank you so much.
the plasma balls are, I think, although you can go back to the Foo Fighters, and they might be something similar to the plasma balls, but I think the plasma balls is kind of a new phenomena. During the New Jersey sightings in December of last year, I went to New Jersey. I have a relative that lives there, and so I called him up and said, "Hey, can I come visit you?" Anyways, we were out there watching, and I saw firsthand uh, a number of things that I couldn't identify. And I'm an amateur astronomer. I've been one for many years, and I watch the universe, the heavens, and I see things, but I've never seen a ball of plasma or a ball of light that we saw that during that time period. Um, and then we also saw what we would envision or thought to be a large drone that morphed into a plasma ball. Now, how that happened, that's amazing. But so I think it is a new phenomenon. I don't know what it is. I would guess. I would guess that it was extraterrestrial in nature. I can't imagine that we would have that technology. Maybe we do, though. Maybe we do have that technology.
Yeah, I've seen them. I see the plasma balls occasionally, but I've seen like many, many, many other shapes like pretty frequently. I mean, it's so consistent. Like when I leave the house during the day, it's perfectly timed when I exit my house every single day.
Wow, that's amazing. Uh, another thing you mentioned was there are certain people, and I witnessed this, experiencers that are able to connect with extraterrestrials. I don't know which species, but they seem to be able to connect. I didn't witness this, but a friend of mine who I trust, he's a former intelligence officer. He witnessed a woman out in a field, and this is in France. It's not in the United States. Basically, call in a craft, and out of that craft came a he referred to it as a glowing, almost angelic entity that met with this experiencer. Now I
Wow.
wasn't there, but I thought that was and I trust him. Um, he did take some pictures. What you see is a ball of, you just see a bright light in front of the experiencer. You do see something in the background. You can't really make out whether it's a craft or not because of the lighting system. It's a really dark and dreary French day. I don't recall which part of France. I think it was in northern France, up near Andorra, the border with Spain. But I thought it was fascinating. That's the only really legitimate uh, story that I've ever heard about that. And this happened some years ago, but that's there are people, I guess, that can do that. I wish I could.
Well, I'm definitely one of those people. Like, I didn't even know Alpha Centauri was like a thing. I am not an astronomer, but like I got a download, that it was like Alpha Centauri. Um, I kept getting this image, like the two triangles, like upside down, and I kind of drew it, like, and figured out that it was Merkaba. So I got like a download of that, different downloads. And I've got pictures and stuff of different, crafts that I've seen. Some are orbs, some are, maybe like a craft. I mean, of course, they're not like anything like you would see in the movies or anything. I mean, they're, crappy pictures, but all right. Well, thank you so much.
Justice, is it Justice that I'm talking to? Yeah,
Okay, hold on,
Justice too.
hold
I
on,
got a 3
hold on.
orb video as well.
Listen, we got 4 hands up, sweetie. Let's go. I want to go. I think Dory, last Tyler, and then Jenny.
Hey, thank you. Hi, Rick. Very nice to meet you. I really enjoyed the last space that you had with Dr. Dolce. And in that space, Dan Burrish was mentioned. And the reason why I'm asking about this is because he wrote a lot about the J Rod and or about J-Rod. And so it brought me to the food question. I cannot remember what he said about what they were feeding the J-Rod. And I was wondering if you recalled anything about that at all. And then I have another question.
No, I don't. I don't. I think I've never heard that, but we do have an expert on the Burrish, Dan Burrish, in the audience. His name is Brian Jackson. I can See if he can come up and
Great.
answer that question.
Oh,
He
that
he
would
has an
be
entire website on that, and but he would be the person that could answer that, and I'll give him see if he would
Yeah,
come up.
I sent him a link too.
Okay, you sent an invite. Okay, thanks.
Yeah.
excellent. Thank you. My other question, Rick, is I just recently ran across someone who gave me confirmation on the downloads that I received when I willingly at a point in my life for 3 to 5 years, I willingly worked with non-human intelligences. I had the interdimensional type experience, but the downloads I got were so that I could design crop circles. And their main theme, besides quantum entanglement and hyperdimensional portal type stuff, was their main focus was 3-strand DNA. And I wasn't sure why at the time. And now I ran across someone on a podcast who has said this many times, that the 3-strand DNA is the hybrid line. They have an extra strand of DNA or something. And I was wondering if you ever heard anything, any kind of talk about that at all.
No. That would be could probably be answered by Dr. Kit Green, but no, I don't know anything about that.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Thanks for letting me ask my question, Dr. D.
You got it. You got it.
Great
Okay.
space, you guys.
I think last was next, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, thanks for letting me up. It's great to talk to you guys again. Yeah, like I have some interest in what you're saying with the Zeus weapon because I was looking into history myself, like for my own whatever thing, and I stumbled across that like Zeus was wielding a Vajra, like that was made from like the sage's bones, and so it was tied to India. And then I noticed when I went into the Indian texts and stuff like that, I seen that the Vajras were powered by like Baghdad batteries. But I noticed one other thing is that something that I stumbled across is it wasn't just anyone could wield these weapons. It's that they were actually like quantum weapons, right? So my question is have you heard anything about these weapons being like quantumly locked to a certain like bloodline or like a DNA or like a frequency or like a something along those lines? Because it's interesting. It seems like things come back around in time, and we almost are headed back towards that time again, where we're able to produce these weapons and these structures on that level of architecture.
No, the only thing I know is that there was a weapon tested down there, and it was called Zeus. Linda and most of that information comes from Linda Howell. So but I don't. That's all I know. I couldn't answer any other questions about it.
Okay, I don't know
Well,
if it was.
thanks.
You're welcome. I don't know if Tyler or Jenny were next, and then UFO Now will be after that. So whoever was next.
You can go, Jenny.
I'm having a hard time grasping all of this, to be honest with you. And I want to ask a question because this is really important. You've walked next to like some people that we'll never understand or have information about. You have oaths that you can't break because of, things that are classified. And I never know whether or not the government actually believes that human beings deserve the truth. I struggle with that on a daily basis because I was born like everybody else on this planet. I don't believe somebody deserves to know something more than I do. I don't understand soft disclosure. I don't understand who makes a decision on what I can handle understanding or knowing. My question would be, what question has no one ever asked you that you really wish that they would?
Boom! That's the question of the
Wow.
night. That was a good one.
Yeah, that is the question of the night. That she wins the award there. Wow. I think the question is that don't like to talk about is a relationship between extraterrestrials theology and human theology. I don't want to make it too deep and dark, but can we relate to them and their religion? Is it similar to what we might believe in? I think that would be something that we really needs to delve deep into, and I'm not the person to do it, but I think there are people out there, and I actually think I don't know, but I think that the Vatican has already done this. So the question would be, what is in the catacomb of the archives within the Vatican that should be released to us, to humans?
Okay, I got to follow up on that. Do you know, or have you talked to anybody, if you don't want to say their names, that have been to the Vatican or knows somebody that's been to the Vatican that have shared information with you that we can call it hypothetical?
Yeah, Father Joseph, this retired, he's a retired priest, spoke at a UFO convention in 2015, 16, something like that. And his lecture was about the Vatican and the archives. He worked in the Vatican as a very young priest. He was a Franciscan order, and it's a religious order. He was assigned to the Vatican. He was there, I think, for 2 years. He was kind of he was a research a person. He worked on it with other priests and a bishop on different research projects, and so he had access to some areas in the under the Vatican, the library down there, and in the archives. He tells a story that one day this bishop gave him a card with an area that he needs to go to, a certain section and area and cubicle for this particular research document. So he went down, and as he was walking through to a hallway, he comes upon where he is supposed to be, but there's two Swiss guards guarding this entrance into this heavily secured area. And the Swiss guards told him, "Well, you can't be down here." He said, "Well, I was told to come down by this bishop," and he showed the guards this card, and they said, "I don't care what card you have, unless you have Cardinal so and so's permission and his access authorization, you can't get in here." So he went upstairs and he got all that stuff. So he went back down there, and they let him in. And a caretaker or a curator came up to him and said, "What are you looking for?" And he shows him this card with this location on it. So he walked through several different hallways and aisles and to get to where he's supposed to be. And along one of the aisles that he walked by, he saw in English bins that were labeled extraterrestrial or identified alien crafts. Obviously, he couldn't stop because that wasn't where he was supposed to be, but he ended up going and getting his stuff and coming back. But he tells a story that there were probably literally hundreds of documents down there about the subject of extraterrestrials. Now, why would the Vatican have that and have those and not tell anybody? That's something that is fascinating to me. Being a Catholic, growing up a Catholic, being an altar boy, they probably know more about the subject than we do.
Cool. Okay, we'll let Jenny with the follow up. Then we're going to go to UFO now, then Black, and then Ocean.
I wonder just within the intelligence agencies, we have partnerships, of course, we've got the Cyber Command and partnerships with Mossad, MI6, et cetera. Do they have access to Vatican archives? Does anyone have access to Vatican archives? They've had quite the history of keeping things from, paupers couldn't read the Bible in the beginning. And, they've kind of had a stranglehold on information. And what rights do we have to even access that? And do you see any rights changing in the future for us to kind of have our own sovereignty over our future by having this information?
Well, it'd be all up to the Vatican to give access to people. I don't know what they have and who can have access to it. I've worked with foreign intelligence services, the BND, the Bundesnachrichtendienst, and MI6, and some other German counterintelligence. They ask basically that same question: Why can't we go down there and get access to something that probably could answer a million different questions? Why can't we go to the Vatican? But that hasn't been answered, and I don't know that anybody. I have never spoke with anyone within U.S. intelligence, and of course, I haven't spoken to everyone that has ever been there to look at what the Vatican has.
And Danny Sheehan, if I recall, has talked about it. So if you're looking for more information, look up Danny Sheehan, and you can probably hear some of his stories. Go ahead, Christian. UFO Now.
Yeah, I mean, I was just going to say, Dan, Rick, you're absolutely correct. There's a lot of people in the Vatican. There's special activities that are basically guarded, and NDAs and a whole bunch of stuff. It is kind of frustrating for people that want disclosure, but have a hard time. Let me ask you this. I'll bite a little bit. Do you think it has to deal with because of other foreign intelligence operators, right, as broad, to gather the intel to possibly create some type of industry that could go against the United States, for example?
That's a good question. I think, and this is just me, I don't have any inside information, but based on what I knew before, and I didn't know everything, and from what I heard from other people who knew a lot more about it than I do, former directors of Central Intelligence that are members of the Advanced Working Group, the United States government, is probably the caretakers of most of the collection of extraterrestrial information. We are the number one. Now,
Agreed.
I know now. I know this. I can say definitely that there have been countries that have recovered things and didn't know what to do with them and contacted us, and we went, the United States government went and got the items, the biologics, the bodies or the craft, and brought them back to the United States, probably to Area 51 or Tonopah or Dugway or wherever,
Yep.
and
I
analyzed
know
them
exactly what
for
you're talking
that
about.
country. That's happened a number of times that I
Oh
know
yeah,
about.
that would be export import back in over at the oh gosh, I know that there's a few of them over at San Diego, California for the Naval Air Command. I know they have that particular system, but then again, they could put it in a Hercules C-130 and ship it out.
Yeah, you're
Yeah,
right.
100%, and
There's
it's
actually
easy too.
there's
Oh, I'm sorry, Rick.
actually I'm sorry. There's a person. Yeah, there's a person in this space that could answer that question in more graphic details, because he was actually was intimately involved. I'm going to ask him. I'm going to send him DM, see if you come up and talk about it. But
Oh, that would be awesome.
he's in the space.
Okay, while you're doing that, I don't know, you probably might already know, Rick, that's Christian UFO Now is my newest friend that I've been spending time with out there in Vegas in the Nelson Landing case that I'm researching. Just so hopefully in the future, when you get a chance to come out, we can all get together and hang out and tell some interesting stories.
Okay.
You got
All right.
any follow-ups, Christian? Otherwise, I'm going to go to hands, bro.
No, that's about it. I mean, that's all I wanted to share. I mean, we're just having a conversation, but I would love for other people to have their input and see what they have to say, of course.
Cool. Okay, Black and then Ocean.
Hey, Rick. I just want to say, man, you stood on your business, as the kids would say today, both about Benowitz, because I'll say this, man, that story was, I held it against you for a little while, and I'm a nobody, but just as a civilian, hearing what the government is willing to do and then what they drove somebody to do wasn't really cool. But you've stayed public since then, and you've taken all the criticism you can and have. So I'm going to give you one on that one too. Um, I'm just going to move right on past that because now that I've given you your flowers, so to speak, um, I've two-parter. One of them is: have you heard anything about a literal flying saucer incident in Queens around like 97, 98? This would be like Queens, New York.
No, I haven't.
Okay, cool. The follow-up portion of that would be the definite evolution of craft that have been spotted and seen up until today. We we started with the airships, and I'm just gonna ignore like the Viamana and the Christian and biblical tellings, because those more fit align with either like the orbs or possibly the maybe the saucer like craft. But I'm going to start with the saucer like craft because at least since I'd say the 30s, the French have been working on saucers. The Canadians built our Avro. Um, the Germans were working on the Hanabu. Uh, do you know if any of that specifically has, I guess, transformed into more of the plasma physics that we see today?
No, I'm not a scientist, and I never had access to the scientific data that we use to evaluate or analyze any type of reverse engineering.
Okay, I'm only asking that because you did have access in what you said was Area 51 or like S2, but more so with Benowitz and you seeing the plasma orbs yourself. And I know that the portion of the technology that is, I'm not going to say is developed just yet, but is the wording in all the patents is communications. So would that not be like a form of plasma drone, like eavesdropping software that Benowitz claimed in, I think you said the 90s?
No, Benewitz's case was in the late 70s and 80s. At that time, in the early late 70s, early 80s, Kirtland Air Force Base had the Air Force Weapons Laboratory, Air Research Division, which was responsible for testing drones. The first, very first testing of drones for the Air Force, and that was occurring over Kirtland or around Kirtland Air Force Base. And during that time period, those drones were launched from another aircraft, and that other aircraft would have to be close proximity to those drones during that time period. So they were drones. They were not balls of plasma. They were just drones. The other thing that classified project that Paul accidentally got into was a laser program by NASA, NSA, they would shoot a laser up in the sky and blind passing Soviet satellites. Those are the only two technologies that Paul Benowitz delved into inadvertently.
Oh, maybe I misunderstood. It was more because I know you've done a lot of interviews since you've come out, but this was the Stephen Greer interview that you did, I believe, like mid 2000s, maybe like 2009 to 2011. But okay, that kind of pretty much answers everything I was getting at. Thank you very much.
Okay, before we go to the
You're
next
very
hand,
welcome.
real quickly, I want to just kind of, I've said this before, but this is based on my research, not to try to defend Rick, but in a sense I am, because this is what I found is a lot of people don't understand this. They read the cover stories of, and maybe Mirage Man or whatever, Project Beta, and they assume that that's the whole story. But what I'm here to tell you is it's not the whole story. So when you've got let's just say a counterintelligence operation going on with one particular agency, let's just say the AFOSI, for example, and there's other agencies, maybe unbeknownst to like Doty in this case, NSA or whoever else, observing. And then they, at some point, for whatever their reasons are, can literally run, and did, in my opinion, run a counterintelligence or deception, disinformation, whatever you want to call it, operation to discredit Rick Doty. And they did a damn good job of it because a lot of people still believe that bullshit. So what I'm trying to tell you guys is you got to go beyond the first two layers of the onion to get to the truth. So that's all I want to say about that. Ocean, Tyler, and then Miss A.
Yeah, I'm sorry for interrupting earlier. I'm not seeing any hands, including my own, on my screen, so I
Okay,
didn't mean
don't
to
worry about it.
interrupt or anything. Um, Yeah, I mean, like, just to touch on that a little bit, like, Rick was asked by his government to do his job, and he did it. And, like, I don't know, like, either you do your job or you refuse to do it. So I think he's handling it now the best that you can if you take that job, right? Like, so yeah, I just thank you for your service and thank you for being here now and talking to us, of course. I did share with you guys, 'cause back to the Vatican real quick. There's this guy named Augustus, and I sent it to you, Rick, and I also put it in the thread for anyone else who wants to check it out. He does these spaces called Preservation of the Human Race, and he did this one with Leo. I don't know how to pronounce the guy's last name, but he's Italian, and they talked about a lot of stuff with the Vatican. Like, he's met the Pope. I think he was born in Rome, and he just talks about like the Vatican secrets, and like he thinks that a lot of it should be like open as well. So Rick, when you get a chance, maybe throw that space on and just fast forward to when Leo comes in and listen, because there's like a lot of good information. I would love to see like you guys connect or something if that's possible. But yeah, that was all I kind of had to add.
That's
Thank you.
Zagami,
Thank you.
Leo Zagami. Zagami, he's a famous guy. Leo Zagami,
Okay,
yeah,
yeah.
yeah, it's Zagami. It's a hard last name to say, but absolutely.
Whatever you do, don't click on the space now, Rick, because you'll be kicked out of this space. So don't
Yeah.
click on it yet. But when you get a
All
chance
right.
later tonight, click on it. And yeah, he records them. Those are really good spaces. He runs them really professional. Not that I'm here to like boast Augustus, but he is a good dude. So definitely
Okay.
check that out.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, Tyler, and then Miss A.
Thanks, Dr. Dolce. Hi, Rick. I really appreciate you coming out on these spaces and just taking a beating a lot of times. I mean, you really put yourself out there, and it's just really admirable. Um, I wanted to ask what you know about the JFK assassination relationship with uh, perhaps his attempts to televise the Serpo exchange program. Do you know anything about that?
Well, I've heard a lot about that. In fact, back in 2005, six time frame, uh, there's a lot of chatter about what President Kennedy at the time wanted to do regarding the exchange program, because he was in office when allegedly when this I mean he was in office when this alleged operation in the Project Aquarius or not Project Aquarius, but Project Crystal
Crystal
Night.
Night.
Yeah, Crystal Night, and the Serpil thing occurred, and he was, as we were told by somebody who was around back then, and this was back in 2004, 5 timeframe, 6 timeframe, that area, that the Kennedy's scientific advisor constantly briefed Kennedy on the day-to-day progress of Operation Crystal Night. Now, I don't know if that's, if it's true, but this person relayed this to us. There were a number of people involved in this. So I wouldn't put it by the Kennedy, and I don't know anything firsthand. Obviously, I wasn't around back in the 60s, but I think that there's probably something to Kennedy's connection with Serpil. I don't know everything. I don't know about any film per se. I think there was possibly some motivating factors that Kennedy wanted to exercise or to push regarding the operation. But I'm not sure about a movie or a film, though.
A movie.
Are you still researching that, by the way, Tyler? I mean, because I've got a lot of information. I don't know if you've seen all the emails. I've got like 130 pages of emails. If you've read all that yet?
Oh, really? Oh, please share or tell me where to go, and I'd love to read that.
Yeah,
Thank you.
send me a DM and I'll try to dig it up. It might not be tonight, but I'll work on it.
Okay, and then I just had one more follow-up question, and I'll just get back in line. How do you know how the Zodiac Group or MJ12 make money today? Like, how do they profit and use money to finance all of their operations?
That's a good question. Excellent question. A question that many of us have asked is who's funding the Zodiac Group or the Zenith Group or whatever they call it today. I don't know where the funds come from, but I can kind of guess that there's a particular person who's very rich, and Eric knows who this person is, that I believe, and I don't know for a fact, that would be funding that group, because there's a person out there, the woman, and unfortunately she passed away last year. Or no, I'm sorry, 2023. She was a very, very close friend of Wendell Stevens. She was more like an administrative person, probably the best secretary you could ever ask for. And she delved into these things like finances and audits and things like that. And we would call it scientific administrative science or administrative intelligence work, where they would dig up things and connect it to maybe an intelligence operation. But she did a study some time ago about a what if there was a group called MJ12, and what if there were 12 people involved or involved in the group? How many support people would they need? How much money would you see where I'm going with it? And she comes up with and this was some years ago, with a figure. So there would have to be somebody funding MJ12 or the Zenith Group, whatever they want to call themselves today. That's a good question. There would be millions of dollars involved, and I think, and I don't know for a fact. I just think that there's a foreign investor or a financier.
Okay, quick
Wow.
side note question. I don't know if you want to say Rick or whatever, but is there somebody in the United States currently that's able to fund not MJ12, but maybe a retired intelligence working group that is seeking and trying to provide information similar to what MJ12 did. But, you know what I'm saying? Can you go that way at all, or can you talk about that? Or
Yeah, there is the Advanced Working Group. It's been around a long time, and we have somebody that we're a nonprofit organization, but we are spread out all over the United States. Well, even a couple live outside the United States, but so they pay for all our travel, meals, and lodging and things. And so there is somebody in the United States that does finance us. And he financed everything that we need money for, including a venue where we have our meetings, and most of the meetings are in the East Coast, although not all of them. So he funds the travel and everything else, all the expenses that we have. So yes, there is somebody that does that.
you know, if there was as an example, somewhere in the United States, a crash or a landing that involved non-humans, and that person wanted to get to the bottom line and didn't want to have to deal with the blockage that would happen through our own government intelligence agencies, would potentially people in your working group be potentially assigned to go and research these kind of things?
That I can't discuss.
Okay, I tried, guys. Okay, who's next? I kind of lost track here. Danielle, Miss A, Jenny, UFO
I
9.
believe I was next, Dr. Jose.
Okay, go for it.
Hey, Rick, how are you doing?
I'm good, doing great.
Are you really doing great, or is just that an automated response? You don't have to answer that. I actually forgot my original question, but as everyone else was speaking, I thought of a few more. Um, so this one might sound a little insensitive. It's really not, though. It comes from a personal um it comes from a personal place. So, what advice would you give to current persons that were in your previous position, tasked with your previous job? Uh, what advice would you give to them, and would you advise them to do anything differently, rather?
That was a
And
good
and
question.
and
Oh
and
yeah, that's
I guess I'm meaning, like, like everything. You know what I'm talking about. I'm sorry.
If Rick Doty wrote the rules, what would those rules look like?
that's a good question. Yes, going back to my job 45, 46, 47 years ago, I was a young, right out of college, intelligence officer, raring to do my job, uh, listening to my supervisors. I had a great supervisor in John. I won't give his last name, who was my very first supervisor. He had been in OSI since it existed in 1948. He was served in the active duty, and he's a civilian, GM 14. Anyways, he told me, look at your mission, steady your mission, and then ask questions. I didn't always ask the questions I should have asked, and when there was a mission directed to me, uh, anytime in the government, especially in intelligence or the military, that there's some sort of a project or a program or an operation or an investigation, there's always an operational plan. Now, most of these plans dealing with counterintelligence came from up above us, up in headquarters, Washington. And so they would send it down saying, okay, here's what you do. And there would be parameters and also EEIs, essential elements of information that we had to collect or we had to do. Now, when I first started, I just did everything I was told to do. I didn't I didn't think I could ask questions, but the more that the longer I was in, the more I realized I should be asking questions. So I would advise somebody in my position to look at the statement, look at the mission, what you have to do, and if there's something in there that you don't agree with or just doesn't set right to you, ask if it can be changed or modified or amended. And I didn't do that, and I wish I had. So that's the advice I would give. I thank you so much for that. I do, because I'm just gonna go ahead and say it. I mean, some of you guys know I have a person who is in kind of what I assume to be a similar position there in the Air Force, and they can't talk about whatever they do. And anyway, and so I get vague details, and I always think about, your story, and you know, as the kind of person that I am, I'm a fixer, so I always like want to offer help. I always want to like offer like a solution or whatever, and I never know what to say. So I figured like maybe that might help. So thank you for answering that. You're very welcome. Very welcome.
Okay, who was next? Help me out, guys.
Danielle?
Jenny?
Oh, I'll go.
Yeah.
Called me. If you go,
Um.
go ahead.
What? Okay. Okay. What I was going to say is, when you're wanting to get the disclosure from the government or the Vatican, you are going to be aware that they will keep some information back, and then just give you a tidbit of the truth instead of the full truth. The reason is to protect their power, to protect their control. Um, for example, as well, with the Vatican story, is they would want to preserve the belief of a God, so they would um, release the information wrapping around the belief of God, just so that they can stay in power. That's what I was gonna say.
Good point, Jenny.
Yeah, your previous answer has me totally interested. Religion is one of my, or just belief system in general, why we're here, et cetera, has been something that's driven me forever. And have you ever come across anything or discussions about extraterrestrial, like cosmology? Are they based in consciousness, or has there ever been kind of a hint at what these different types of beings believe in themselves?
I have to go back to, and this comes from Linda Howell. I have to give credit where credit is deserved. When she interviewed Eba, one handling agent, Air Force captain back in 1980, 79, 80 timeframe, one of the things that they asked Eba was, do you believe in God? And it was difficult for Eba to understand what we were talking about. What is a God? And when they related or showed Eba what we did, a church, and what artifacts we used to worship, then he realized, oh yes, he didn't call it a God, he called it a deity. The closest, I guess, translation was a deity. It was a universal being that controls the universe. So we could compare that to a religion. So in fact, at least the Eben, and that's all I know about. I don't know if any of the other species have a religion or anything. I was never briefed in that, but I do know that Eba uh, believed in something similar to our religion.
Thank you. I think that's an interesting inquiry and something that we should like kind of speak on. We've lost sort of the philosophical aspect of what's happening right now in our world. So I will take that on myself and check that out.
Okay.
Okay, we're gonna go UFO now, Tyler, Ocean, and then Danielle.
Oh, somebody else can go. I would like to hear everybody else's input, and then I'll collect my thoughts and you just come back to me. No big deal.
Okay, go ahead, Tyler.
Sure. I wanted to ask you, Rick, what are you, and this might be too loaded, and I apologize, you can avoid whatever you want to avoid, but what are you most fearful of for the future of, this planet, we'll say? And how would you recommend that we avoid that potential future?
Well, I wish I knew. I know I did, my crystal ball broke a long time ago. I wish I knew what the future held. What I do know is there's a very intelligent person that I consider somewhat of a mentor that's in the advanced working group. He's up there in age, up there in the 90s, that says, based on what and he's a former director of the CIA, what he knew, or what there's a probability of something is supposed to happen between September of this year, 2025, and August of 2027. Now, I don't know what that is. I am concerned that our government might know and they're not telling us. And maybe there's a reason for them not telling us. But and John Ramirez talks about the same thing. So there is something that's going to happen, but I don't know what it is, and I wish I did. And if I did know, I would probably leak it out, because I would want my friends to know what's going to happen.
Great answer. Thanks, Rick.
You're welcome.
I'll just go Ocean.
Hey, okay, well, I gotta be heading to bed soon, so I'm gonna probably drop down to listener after this. So I just want to say thank you so much for today. Such a fun space. I look forward to future spaces. And my question or comment, really, I just want a bedtime story. You talked about going to an exorcism, and I thought for the people in the room that hadn't heard that story yet, a kind of rundown of that story. It's a pretty cool one. So I'll leave you with that, and look forward to talking to you next time.
Thanks, Ocean. It's kind of a long story, so I mean, there's a lot of hands up. So let's get through the hands first, and if there's time later, I'll tell that.
Okay, I'm not sure who's next. UFO, you passed last time. Are you ready to go, or you still want to wait?
I could just ask. It's no big deal.
Okay, let's go. I don't know, Danielle, Miss A, and Flack. I don't know
Hi.
if I got that right.
Okay, since you mentioned my name, I don't know if she was first or not. What I'm going to put forward is the people that I know, that I've been in touch with, of world, they do not believe in the God. They both understand that there's an infinite universe, and it's so infinite that a single consciousness cannot know everything and control everything in the entire infinite universe. And or something else I was going to say, but it slipped my mind. Okay, yeah, that's going to say.
That's a fair point, though, I think, right, Rick? I mean, that really can't be argued, or what do you think, Rick? Single consciousness and controlling the whole world? What's the likelihood?
Yeah, that's very possible. I can't argue with that.
Okay, Miss A.
Hey, I had another question, Rick, if you don't mind. So I don't mean to ask this uh, in a scientific way, more of kind of like maybe um oh
Ray, just fill it out there, girl. He can handle anything. Lay it.
okay, cool. All right, so how do you what or how, if what do you feel about the accuracy of the current accepted scientific method of dating materials, especially regarding like ancient artifacts or structures or what have you. Like, do you, what, if any, theory or thinking do you subscribe to as far as the age of the Earth? And basically, do you believe that the Earth is kind of like a recycling machine, like the surface of the Earth just kind of like keeps recycling itself, and it could be far more ancient than what we believe because we can only, put numbers to, technology that we create. So it could be far more older than what we believe. And so things like Bimini Road and like now they're admitting or they're throwing it out there that there's water erosion on the Sphinx up around the head, which means that there's like an ocean there. So that's basically what I'm getting at. Do you have any thoughts on that, or can you speak on that?
Well, my belief is that Earth has been recycled. There's evidence on this planet of a nuclear war, radiation in Indonesia and Malaysia. There's a tree, a really big tree in Australia that under it has remnants of radiation. So I believe that one time there was a civilization on this planet, maybe several, that was destroyed by a nuclear war. And I also, my own belief is that at one particular civilization over our Earth, the 4.5 billion years, lived here, and after some sort of a cataclysmic event, they went to Mars, relocated, reestablished themselves on Mars, and at some point, something occurred on Mars that destroyed the atmosphere and the living conditions, and that particular civilization moved back to Earth. Now, that's Rick Doty's theory, and I base it on a lot of different things, based on other people's statements about finding things that are hundreds of millions of years old that could not have possibly been created back in those days. So that's my belief.
That was
Oh,
it. That was
that's
interesting.
awesome. Yeah, that's great. No, and I
Get
don't
one more
really
follow
mind.
up, and then we're going to
Okay,
go to him.
yes.
Go
It's
ahead.
not really okay. It's not really a slight to Christianity. I was just wondering, like, or not as a question basically, but like Christianity is maybe like piggybacking off of something more ancient and more of like a consciousness driven, like a mindset or just a way of living. And the Bible maybe was created from anyway, no, I'm not gonna get into Bible talk. Anyway, I appreciate your answer and thank you so much.
You're
Thank
welcome.
you. Okay, we're going to go Tyler, and then since Paul hasn't had a chance yet, we'll go to Paul, and then we'll go to Flack. Go ahead, Tyler.
Thanks. Rick, I wanted to know if you know which planets have non-terrestrial officers on them today, and how do we travel to those planets, and how big are our starships? Know anything about that?
Well, as far as this secret space force, I don't know. I know that we do have knowledge of where some of these extraterrestrials that we had as visitors or in captivity came from. Uh, the Ebens, we classified them as coming from Zeta Reticuli star system, and the home planet, I guess we named as LP9. The Archeloids came from Epsilon Eridani star system, home planet LP 1811. The Quataloids come from the Sirius star system. The hepaloids come from Tau Ceti, the star system. And transiloids come from the Andromeda star system. The Pleiadians come from the Pleiades. So that's what I know. Now, there's probably a lot more information regarding this that I don't know, but that's what I know. And it's this all has been out there for a while. It's on the internet. You can find some of that stuff on the internet.
Well, how do I know what to trust on the internet?
Good questions. Yeah, that's true. There's so much falsehood spread out around the internet that it is very difficult to sort out the truth from fiction. I don't. If you DM me, I can give you my email. I can send you what I have.
Sure, yeah, I can't actually DM you for some reason, but I would love your email.
All right, well, try to DM me if you want, and I'll get it to you, or just
Thank
send
you.
him a public
Sure.
tweet towards his name.
Yeah.
He can.
Yeah,
Okay.
do
It's
that.
kind of public.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you.
Okay, we're gonna go to Paul and then Flack.
Howdy, everybody. Well, I'm gonna make this quick. I'm a religious person and everything. I believe God, I believe Jesus and whatnot, everything like that. But I'm starting to go down more of like a spiritual path more than like a religious path, if that makes any sense. But I believe that I have a theory or a thought that what if Jesus was a Pleiadian? It's possible. Anything's possible. But my main point is, for some reason, since going down this spiritual path that I'm going down, for some reason, every time I go outside, or if I get a subconscious, thought, I look in the sky, or if I have a subconscious thought that tells me, hey, look up in the sky, look left, and you could obviously tell a difference between a plane, blinking lights, and then if a plane's coming at you, you could tell it's a spotlight. But the other day, I posted it on my page as well. It was flying vertical, and you could tell the difference between a plane or if something UFO, for example. And every time that I go outside, I'm always seeing something. And I don't know what that could be, but it's just, I feel like since going down the spiritual path, I'm feeling more that these things or whatever they could be are showing themselves. I could be tripping, but it's just out of the ordinary. You don't usually see this kind of stuff.
Okay.
Let's go to Flack, and then we'll go to UFO now.
Hey, what's going on, Rick? Thanks again. Okay, so there's a couple of things I could ask you about. I guess one would be time dilation and I guess supercomputers that I don't know. What can you elaborate on time dilation and the 80s?
Ah, the time dilation is something, or time travel.
I'm not going to take you down that rabbit hole. That's a little above my pay grade. I'm more or less talking about like the origins of the Cray computer systems and things like that. I know now it's a complete joke, and they sold. But one and two, and then supposedly three was supposed to be game changing, but one and two, I know that they come with warnings that it affects the gravity around the machines, magnetism, things like that. That's just what I wanted to ask.
I'm not a scientist. I do teach math. I wouldn't know. I've never heard that. I know that CERN is now utilizing some really high tech quantum computer. Not sure exactly how and what it does, but That's really the only thing I can say about it. I know that and I've heard rumors for a long time that these advanced computers at Cray and these others particularly the one at Los Alamos, couldn't possibly have been created on Earth. We had to have had assistance from an extraterrestrial race to create it. But that if we did, I don't know anything about it.
Oh, that is so awesome. Okay. Now, number two. I have a family in law enforcement. Homicide detective grandfather. When he passed away of cancer, I got all of his investigative material. He worked on a Son of Sam case, but he did a lot of things in his own right, and I didn't get to spend too much time with him. But the coolest thing was I got his books. Since the age of like 12, I've been fascinated with just the investigative process, right? So naturally, I love the UFO field simply because it's an enigma wrapped in a mystery. Um, one thing I tend to do is like I don't know if you've gotten into these urban explorer videos that go into like defunct military bases and things like that. But I've noticed a trend in the UK, and now this is specifically dealing with the EBE interview that I believe was Cliff Stone, where he said he went into a cylindrical clean room where there were, I would say, biological bypasses, like things to make sure you're not bringing things in or out. The specific story that I'm referring to, when going in there, he was in kind of like a diving suit to stabilize pressure for both him and the pressure within the clean room as well. The question that I'm going to ask you is, there were a few biological labs in, I would say, 2018 that a channel called The Secret Vault. I want people to go look this up because this is one of the coolest things. And if it's not anything to do with the story linked in the 80s, I believe when it first came out, still cool to see what they do in a biomedical lab. But the interview from the 80s, similar to how like Bob Lazar has had, he said the bone reader that was in his hand in one of the security checkpoints later came out and it existed in Russia around the same time. You know, like, so there's corroborating evidence. This was spot the hell on description, and I've never seen anywhere publicly advertised that they even make these, let alone have them. Except in this one Urban Explorer video where he went into an abandoned biomedical lab in the UK. Do you know anything about that?
No, nope, nothing about that. The story of Clifford Stone, I know that. I was very good friends with Clifford. I've sat for hours talking, discussing things with him. So has it Dr. Dulce. He has hours and hours and hours of tape recordings of Clifford Stone's story. So yeah, I've heard that, but that's it.
That's cool enough. Thank you so much. There was one other thing I wanted to say quickly, and then to get off and leave for the rest of the panel. But I seem to have forgotten it, so I'll just head on down. Thank you guys so much, Dr. Dulce. You are awesome. Thank you for hosting the space, man.
No problem. Okay, UFO now, and then Danielle.
Hey, thank you. I do have actually a question. It's actually about my grandfather. It may be classified, but I'm a little unsure. So, and I understand how that works with NDAs. My grandfather was talking about a wet room. It was a designated place in the Nevada desert that had a drain in the middle, stainless steel table, 2 chairs on either side that were both stainless steel. On the left side, there was some obviously cleaning materials, and it was when he was on his way out, he told me it was inside either S2 or S4. I'm not completely certain because his mind was going. My actual question is there a facility that may or may not be like that hypothetically?
Well, all I can say is there is definitely an S2 facility, Papoose Lake. I've been there, but there are different levels underground. I never had access to any of the underground facilities. I was at what they call the administrative control area of S2, which is the top above ground. And I had business there while I was stationed at Groom Lake, but I don't know what was underground. I can only guess, but I don't know. Nothing like that I could relate to that I've heard about. Again, I wasn't down there. I wasn't cleared to go down there, so I don't really know what was down there.
I might have a bit of insight into that actually. If you look into Battelle, they've been making clean rooms, which is basically the exact same thing that you're describing, fit for basically like a shipping container, built out, soundproofed HVAC systems, ready for surgery, can be deployed anywhere in the world. If you look up, I'd go to Yandex. But if you look up on there, just the work alone that Patel was doing in 2020 to help with the shenanigans going on at that time was all clean rooms and things like that. I haven't been able to find anything other than their like missile work and things like that before then. But around 2018, 2019, they started filing the patents for those clean rooms. So I'd check it out.
Oh, wow. Thank you. Because I remember somebody saying from some inside work, I'm guessing hypothetically, is that they call them the advisory rooms as well. So I guess what I'm trying to say is that from what I'm hearing, is that there's multiple different versions of the same parameters in the facilities as far as particularly that goes. Thank you so much, though. I definitely appreciate it, you clarifying it. And Doty, thank you so much for giving your insight as well.
One other small caveat. I'm sorry for cutting. I know that Bigelow basically did the same exact thing for space, but just to try and look for patents for controlled climates, controlled things like that. Just that terminology. You'll pick things up.
Understood. Thank you.
All right. Anytime. Thanks, guys.
Okay, we're going to go to someone who hasn't had a chance to ask a question yet. Orbs, go ahead.
Hey, Rick, just quick question. Wanted to ask about Mount Hayes, blacked out on Google, has a bunch of lore behind it. What do you know about Mount Hayes?
I don't think I've ever heard of Mount Hayes. Where's it at? Where's it located?
That was the Pat Price remote view spot.
Oh, it's in Alaska. They blacked it out on Google.
Yeah.
Apparently, it's a base.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know anything other than what I heard on the Earth Files with Linda Howe.
I just figured, why would they black it out on Google if there was nothing to it? Just keep it as is. And yeah, I was just curious.
Yeah, I think somebody told me that there's 36 places that Google's blacked out for some reason. I don't know what that would be. I don't know why they would do that. Other than it's classified, yeah.
I'll tell you a quick story. There's an area, little small town called Taylorsville, California, kind of a out of the way forested area, Northern California. And this lady had mentioned to this guy that I knew that she was having Bigfoot on her property. And so he wanted somebody to go with him And so he and I went up there to do the research, and I got on my iPad and did the Google Earth because I was just trying to get an idea what we're dealing with. And we found this area on this mountain, on the side of this mountain, where before I even looked at this on the Google Earth, this lady said that she believed that these beings were coming somewhere from this side of her property. So I looked on the Google Earth, and that particular area was blacked out, or it wasn't blacked out. It was kind of fuzzed out, or it looked blurry. So that does happen. And another story is there's an area out there. I think I can't think of the name of the little island going towards San Diego. It's not Catalina. It's that other island further down. Rick, you know what island I'm talking about? As you going south from Catalina, and there's another island out there. You know which one I'm referring to?
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. I can't think of it right offhand.
Yeah, but there's an
Yeah,
area over there. There's if you were looking at it from Catalina on the right side, closer to the front part of the island, there's an area there that's fuzzed out. And allegedly, some people believe that is where there's an ET underwater base. So I don't have any proof or verification of that, but that's just, I just throw that out there for you guys. Tyler, go ahead.
Yeah, it's so funny. I was actually going to ask about the Dark Pyramid in Alaska, so it's kind of relevant. Do you know anything about that, Rika, about some dark pyramid that's underground in Alaska? Maybe it's under Mount Hayes, but I don't know.
No, I don't. I don't know anything about it.
Okay, and now I just wanted to ask you about which movies. I know that Close Encounters of the Third Kind and Independence Day are part of the public acclamation program. Do you know any other movies that that they've put little Easter eggs in that are actually real facts about the phenomenon, the aliens?
I would say the movie Arrival would be based on true
Which parts
events.
of it? Which parts of it?
The entire. I
The
don't
whole
know
movie?
exactly which part. I would say the whole movie. Not that particular sequence of events happened, but
Uh-huh.
some facts of what arrived and that these were not conventional beings. That's some. I would say that was realistic.
And that their language could control time. Do you know if that part was real as well, or because I've seen the
I
movie?
believe yes, because yeah. The types of language, the how we determined what it was, the language. There were a number of people involved in writing that script that were government people. I should say they didn't write the script. They contributed to the information that was contained in the script.
Wow, that's awesome. Thanks, Rick. Appreciate the information. I'll go watch the movie again.
And on
You're
a side
welcome.
note, some of the episodes in the X-Files, Rick was a contributor on. He doesn't usually talk about that. I hope you don't mind me mentioning that, Rick.
No, I didn't know how to write scripts back then, but I contributed information for scripts in season 1, 2, 4, and 6.
You even got to meet some of the stars and kind of hang out with them a little bit, and you had positive things to say about them.
Well, I
Recall.
was on set. I was on set a few times uh, as in an advisory way. Um, yeah, and it was, it was unique. I mean, it was, eh, believe it or not, if you haven't been on a movie set, it's about as boring as you could get because nothing makes any sense. They don't film in sequence or in chronological order. Uh, they film a scene 5 or 6 or 7 or 8 or 9 times. An actor will say their lines and then they'll cut. The camera angle will be changed. So it's not it's not a really fun adventure.
Okay, we're gonna start kind of winding this down here. So we've got 2 hands. If anybody else has got some last fleeting questions, but we're gonna wind this down here in the next several minutes. Go ahead, Plaque or Danielle. I don't know who was next.
Hi. Yeah, I was going to mention you were talking about exorcisms, and I have experienced child abuse from that sort of thing when I was a kid, and it's considered spiritual abuse, where things for mental health treatments is the best way to sort out or try and help people, because it's just superstitious hogwash, and demons don't exist. And I was assumed, my star mother was assumed to be a demon, and I was assumed to be a demon child. And of course, all this abuse has affected me um, from when I was a kid. And what I'm kind of upset about is the Church of England is trying to go into the NHS to do the spiritual abuse to mental health patients, and this is wrong. This is evil. This is shocking, and you getting involved in this only shows discredits my views about you.
Okay, fair enough. You got your opinion. That's no problem, I guess. Black.
Not opinion, it's a fact.
Okay. Well, I'm not going to be rude, but have a nice night. Thanks for
I'm a
stopping.
victim of it.
I don't doubt that you're a victim, but that doesn't give you the authority to place your victimization on innocent people. But go ahead, Flack, and then Dory.
All right, I'm going to lighten the mood a little bit, Danielle. I'm sorry to hear that. That's absolutely terrible. Now, a hard-hitting question. Who was the smoking man in reference to in real life?
um,
Another
James
great
Angleton.
question, Rick. James
James
Angleton.
Angleton. Yeah.
Oh, very cool. Thank you. I had one other thing to say, but I was kind of thrown off there. Yeah. The ending of the original series, not the new add-on, where they absolutely butchered the show, in my opinion. Um, the ending where you have this smoking man and you have like the little aliens come by, whatever, people get abducted and wholesale sold off, and the bad guys basically won. um I feel like something similar happened kind of with this country anyway, with a certain senile sleeping president. But do you, like, just from a military intelligence point of view, do you feel like we sold off a great bit of infrastructure to China by buying all of our tech from them with backdoors and
I
so to speak?
I I really don't have an opinion. I think that we did make some mistakes in dealing with China. My own personal feelings, but I don't know enough about it to make any statements regarding that. You probably know more about it than I do.
Well, I just ask because, like, being a science nerd, more or less like speculative science nerd, on all the patents that have come out since 2014, like the renewals on what used to be electrogravitics, now I guess more leans towards like ZPE or EM drives, things like that. The countries that are listed in also having access to those patents, it's all China on basically every single one of them. Like I don't know. Have you heard anything about that?
No, I don't. Like I said, I haven't followed that subject, so like I said, you probably know more about it than I do.
Thank you very much. Have a great night, guys.
You too. I gotta think I'll take maybe one, two more questions, and
Yeah, we'll go with
wrap it up.
Dory, and then Ken popped in, and then
Okay.
we'll end it at that. Dory, are you there? Can you hear me? Kent, do you want to ask, or Dory?
Yeah, I mean, I'll jump in while Dory's getting ready. No, I've been popping in and out of the space. I enjoyed the space, Rick. You know, I'd like to work with some of these groups one day if they ever deem it necessary, but we'll see if that ever happens. But the question I've got for you, mate, is, you know, we've had your group, the Advanced Working Group. We've had, you know, the Hollywood Disclosure Group. We've got all these different groups that are supposedly working towards transparency and disclosure. But, you know, it's been 7 years since Lou came out, and it's been 7 years since he said we'd all know what was going on within 5 years. I mean, mate, just man to man, right? This isn't Rick Doty, the ex blah, 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 OSI and all this, just man to man. What the friggin' hell are we going to have to do to get this out there so that we can get on with trying to understand the phenomenon? Or do you think it's just going to be locked up in black programs forever? Did you get that,
Sorry
Rick?
about that. Yeah,
Oh,
I forgot to unmute myself. I mean, talking when yeah, it's a good question. There's so much to this subject that is happening behind the scenes that is trying to prepare for the evolution of the subject matter coming up to a realization or a presentation, I should say, in some form, whether it be Congress or just a Fox News or a CNN report, which will admit where the government admits that this is true. I wish I could say when. I wish I could facilitate it myself. There's a lot of groups that are pushing for it, but until the executive branch of our government, we have three distinct branches, co-equal branches of our government. The executive branch, which is controlled by the President of the United States, all the military and the intelligence communities are in the executive branch. Until the executive branch opens up and allows for disclosure, we're sitting back waiting. That's the only thing I could say. I certainly wish it could happen tomorrow, but realistically, it's not.
Yeah, I get
yeah,
it. Okay.
thanks.
Okay, well, this will be the last question. Unless you got a quick follow-up, Kent. You got a quick follow-up?
Well, the only follow up I would say to that is that, you know, the DoD has already actually stated that the three videos that were released were not of our origin. You know, that was already been stated. So there's already been some indication that the DoD has admitted that there are things that are beyond earthly control. I just don't understand why we can't get to the next stage. We've got the Romero Institute says they've got USO videos. You've got videos. Other groups have got videos. You've all got witnesses and first-hand, you know, whistleblowers, and we're still getting nowhere after 7 years of this bullshit. You know, for what it's worth, mate, I just hope it changes because there's a lot of people out there suffering who've been exposed to this who never get any answers, eh?
Yeah. Oh, Okay, last. Okay, just a little joke here for because Kolob. I don't know if this is in reference to the Mormon planet, but is it your name, or is that just a coincidence?
Yeah, I'm actually a member of the LDS faith, and we have a lot of really interesting beliefs that kind of correlate with the UAP phenomenon. So I love learning about it, and that's kind of where like my fascination regarding this kind of is birthed out of. So it's kind of an ode to that.
I like the Kolob story actually. I only because there's a guy on Twitter goes by Kimball UFO Intros and many other sock
Yes.
accounts, and he got me interested in researching it. And I mean I teased him about it, but only in a fun way. But it's an interesting story. I don't know that I believe it, but I'm not trying to say it's I'm not trying to throw shade on you. But what is your question for Rick?
So yeah, I would love to ask him about the Mario Woods I guess accusation you could say. Mario Woods, if you're not familiar, he was a individual that claims he was abducted off of I believe.
Okay, you kind of broke up. Did you hear? Are you hearing him, Rick? Because I'm not hearing him.
I haven't heard
I'm not hearing
anybody.
him either.
To
I
hear
haven't
from
heard
him
anybody.
if he can make a comment on that
Okay,
and if he was there.
Hold up. You're going to have to repeat it because you cut out there. So go ahead and repeat your question. Can you hear me, Kolob? If you can, you repeat your question because you cut out. Go ahead. Oh, shit, now we're not hearing him at
Did that
all.
come through?
Nope. Try again. We'll give you one more shot at this here. Sorry, buddy. Is anybody hearing him? Because I'm not hearing him.
I
Is
hear him
anybody else?
breathing.
No, I can't hear
I
a
hear him
word.
breathing.
I can't hear a word anybody's
Sorry, was
saying,
everyone able to
except
hear
for
that
you,
question?
Eric.
No.
Now
Can
we
you
can
hear
hear
me,
you.
Kolob? Kolob, can you hear me? Yes or no? All right, I'm sorry, bro. It's just not gonna happen on this run. But thanks for coming by. I'm sorry. Let Black ask the last question, and then we're gonna call it a night.
Okay,
Thank you so much.
okay. The DM says he's asking you about the Mario Woods case, and you were apparently there involved in this case. And okay, that somebody just sent me a DM saying that. The Mario Woods case is that he was an Air Force security policeman assigned to Ellsworth Air Force Base in South Dakota. He was out in the missile fields protecting Minuteman missiles. He responded to an alarm at one of them. Him and his partner experienced a UFO phenomena. He was brought back to the base. OSI investigated it. I just happened to be there on a temporary duty, nothing to do with UFOs. It was on another, actually, espionage case. But I was in the OSI office when Mario was in there. I was asked by Jack Green, the investigating agent, to go to the base hospital at Ellsworth Air Force Base, pick up Mario Wood's uh, uh, medical files, him and the other security policeman, take it back to the OSI office. And then I sat or I stood in a room and listened to parts of Mario's story. And then I left and I didn't have anything else to do with it. So I think that's what he said, according to this DM. So somebody heard him. So that's it.
Yeah, it seems to me, based on my research and what you said and what he said, and so on and so forth, that I think the guy's sincere, and I think he had that experience. I don't see him as somebody who just made that up. That's just my personal take on it. Any final comments before we shut this down, Rick?
Well, I want to thank you and Logan was in here and Ocean. Uh, they did a great job. I want to thank the everyone in the room, or the ones that were asking questions. They were very, very good questions, legitimate questions. I wish I could have answered all of them. There's a lot of areas that I wish I knew about, but I didn't have. I don't have the knowledge. There's one last. There's a person in the room that I know, somewhat of a friend. Well, he's a friend, not somewhat a friend. He asked a question a long time ago. I think he's still here. Let me check. Yeah, he's still there. Yeah, he is. And I'm going to answer this. This will be the last one. He asks me, the Immaculate Constellation was an unacknowledged special access program that was run by the Department of Defense involving imagery intelligence, human intelligence, signal intelligence, and other collectible intelligence, mainly based on space-based operations. Along with the Immaculate Constellation was two other programs, Project Clear Night and Project Amber Night. Can you briefly tell us what Project Clear Night and Amber Night are? Okay, good question. What people don't realize is Immaculate Constellation isn't a new program. It's been around a long time, back in the probably, well, it was in existence in 1978. And it has developed into other programs, offshoots, and which the two offshoot that I knew of was Clear Night and Amber Night. And Clear Night was just a space-based satellite that was able to collect a certain intelligence on non-terrestrial satellites. They call it satellites, but objects, space-based objects. Amber Night is, to the best of my knowledge, is still classified. I didn't really know much about that, but it was part of the Immaculate Constellation program. So that I hope answers my friend's question. So with that, thank you everyone for attending. We'll do it again. Like I said earlier, I want to get other people in here that we can talk to, like Dr. Green, Hal Putoff, Lou Elizondo, Chris Mullen, some of the other people that we can, Kevin Day, where we can have an actual really open dialogue. So thank you, Dr. Doty, for hosting this, and I wish everyone a wonderful weekend.
Thanks a lot. Okay, good night, everybody. I'm going to push the end button.
Good night.